What is up? How are we doing? Hopefully you guys are having a good Saturday afternoon. We are back at it. Best Bet Live coming to you with a 10-25 no limit hold'em cash game. A little higher stake action for you here on a Saturday. What's going on, guys? You got myself, Ryan, also known as Country, joined by Cardroom Manager, Best Bet, Orange Park, Mike Kruger in the house today. What's going on, Mike? How you doing, man?
Pretty good, pretty good. Happy to be here. Watch this 10 1/4 game get kicked off.
Yeah, it's about ready to get things rolling here. Had a couple players running a little late, but we got them in here now, and we're getting ready to get things going. And so it sounds like Theo's trying to explain how the bomb pot works to one of these players that...
At least one.
Yeah, at least one.
Hopefully he can explain it to us later, since
yeah,
I can never seem to win my way through these bomb pots. But, you know.
I think you are not the only one. I think it's quite a few. Gets confused by those.
Yeah, this 10-25 game is no limit hold'em tonight. They're going to be starting out with a PLO bomb pot. Usually players spice things up here on the live stream with a PLO bomb pot, double board variety, every dealer change. You know, spicing things up, get the juices flowing.
All right, so here we are, kicking things off. First hand with this double board PLO bomb pot here. Jack 10-5 up top, ace deuce deuce on the bottom.
You got both Glenn and Carson with a deuce in their hand. Carson filled up with the deuces full of aces down low.
I played my cards with what?
On the board. So one board's going to win half the pot, the other board's going to win half the pot.
Oh boy, disaster. Someone's trying to figure out the how the PLO bomb pot works. Oh boy.
Makes you wonder, don't it?
Music to your ears if you're at the table. You have a firm grasp on the game of Omaha.
Like a Carson would. Like a Carson would. I would say most of these players on the table has an idea how PLO works.
I did see Curtis lead out. He flopped top two pair up top, so always on fire out. The pot size bet of 300. Carson just going to smooth call with his boat. Glenn going to be going nowhere with his.
Trip deuces on the bottom.
Me and the pros.
Said me and the pros. It's not a good thing.
So 3 ways we go to the turns.
4 on the top and a 6 on the bottom.
Curtis had the top half. He's playing the Jack 10 up there. Adds an open-ended straight draw to go with it.
Yeah, he's definitely got quite a bit of the top board. And then as far as the bottom board goes, you only got the 6s on the bottom.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't see over your shoulder there.
And it's going to be 1,000 in the 1 seat.
So yeah, Glenn thinking his deuce is good. Fires out a big bet here on the turn.
Yeah, he's only playing really the bottom board though, and he's unfortunately smoked.
Obviously has to assume his deuce is best. Firing that big, trying to push people off of a chop. He's going to get the bad news when he gets back over to Carson.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, Curtis here.
Tough decision.
Yeah, because, again, he's got a pretty good portion of the top board. But unfortunately, doesn't really have anything on the bottom.
Yeah, knows he's pretty much drawing dead down low. Two pair, not exactly the strongest hand up top in Omaha. Very susceptible, especially with 2 spades on board.
I thought we were playing 2 boards.
A lot of dirty rivers.
You can use them. Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
I think Curtis has a pretty good understanding of it, just needs explained.
Understands the game, just not necessarily what to do in this spot. It's a pretty gross one.
It is a gross one.
Especially when you got another player to act behind you.
Yeah.
I bet you $5 you fold.
I think he is going to let it go.
Glenn's got a good read of this situation.
Yeah, he does.
Not the part where his hand's about to get smoked by Carson.
Right, yeah.
Great read on Curtis letting it go.
Yeah. I'm not real familiar with Curtis playing it in the bigger games. I know he's played 2-2 and 2-5 quite a bit. I know he played the 5-10 last night.
I got free rebuy.
Well, I'm hip.
Yeah, he's going to let it go. And
Yeah, which he has to do.
Yeah.
You hear a snap all in from Carson behind. No reason to string anybody along. Carson's obviously pretty happy to just take this one down. He's only really playing the bottom board. Nothing much to speak of up top, so that's why we're seeing him apply the max pressure.
So
Yeah.
I can play all my cards with that card.
You have to play 2 cards.
Or more.
No, you
only
have to,
2.
you can only more, no less. On each board, respectively. So, let's just,
Yeah, kind of hard to explain.
okay, so let's just say you have the 6, 7, 8, 9. That is not a straight yet. If you have 6, 7, 8, 9, that is not a straight on that top board.
Or if you have, 8-8 deuce, you don't have deuces full of eights.
Correct.
Must play. You do not have to use the same cards in your hand between the 2 boards.
I got.
For right now, if Glenn finds the call, he would be chopping it, playing his 8s up top. So
Right, yeah, his 8s would be good up top.
Carson obviously super live to any
Right, yeah.
queen, king, ace,
Yeah.
You allowed to tell me that?
or tray making the wheel. So a lot of outs for Carson up top to scoop it. Should Glenn find the call. Tough spot. You got a lot of chips
So
invested.
you get one of the boards and I get the other with chop, right?
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Good enough for Glenn.
I mean, you got to think deuce king is good a good portion of the time.
That's a face card up top. And it is a king. Carson is going to get the scoop.
Yeah, hitting the king up top. Good river for Carson.
Deuce down here.
Terrible for Glenn.
Ace. Yeah, full house on the bottom. And ace is good on the top.
Ace king.
Scoop.
Yeah.
Huh?
He's got a win. He's got the full house with the ace
I
deuce
would
on
have
the
made
bottom
this.
board.
I would have won.
Full house. And he's got king with a better kicker. You've got king 8 on the top board up here. He's got ace
Hey,
deuce.
chop.
No, it's a scoop.
He's got the 8.
Oh,
He's got a
I
full
had
house.
this here.
His kicker's better, and he's got the full house in there.
Okay.
Yeah, I won this. I mean, yeah, I won this.
I should have played. I didn't know how to play.
Oof.
Oof.
All right, well,
Wow.
one hand, one knockout.
Yeah, just like that.
We see Glenn, I guess, call it a day after
We would have
getting scooped by Carson there.
I don't know what you had.
No, I was saying, no.
Carson said, I don't know what he had.
We'd chopped. We'd chopped. I had the top and you'd had the bottom.
Most of the time it's a chop. Sometimes,
Yeah.
like sometimes one person takes it all. Most of the time.
Well, tough one there.
It would have been worth it. We
Carson off to a good start.
Yeah.
Up 4,500 in one hand.
It's a
Or I was double
typical
betting. I had
start
ace
for
deuce,
Carson.
So I could got a 3 or a queen.
Wow,
Well, we
tough
tried
one
it.
there. I mean,
could have got
to be fair,
straight on the small one, right?
I mean, I appreciate Glenn being a trooper, but, ugh.
It's going to be expensive mistakes in situations like that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Fish the way, he's
Expensive mistakes. Exactly what the wording on that.
beginner's luck, and I'm okay.
But we're going to keep it moving along here after that one. So now to No Limit Hold'em, 1025.
Game where I don't think any players need reminded of the rules.
No. Not quite.
Mine raised 75 and 2 fold. 3 fold.
There we go. Miguel opening things up with the ace tray of diamonds. Makes it 75. And
Looking good.
kind of the opposite of the last hand. This was the quickest one we're going to see of the night, after maybe one of the longer ones we'll see tonight's stream.
He busted. Kurt said he busted out. Last we heard he busted. We don't know if he saw back in or something.
So we'll at least be seven-handed for now.
Sure, Eddie feels really
It is a Saturday night here, around 4:30 on the East Coast. I mean,
up to know that.
good chance of people coming in,
Yeah, still
hopping in the game
early.
at some point.
I do know the stack is going on down at Best Bet St. Augustine, which is a $300 buy-in, 30K guarantee. Registration should be done right now with that
About
one.
now.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the numbers and see how that went.
I know that's
Any
where
entries?
the player who was still on the list, Eddie, was at, right?
Yeah, correct. Let's see here. Take a look at the clock. Wow, 340 entries in the stack today. Pretty
Nice.
good. First place prize, 17,438. That's pretty good for a
One day.
single day event. Yeah, more than doubled the guarantee. It was a 30K guarantee, and the total prize pool ended up being 83,300. That's pretty good.
Well, if we need more live updates, Kirk the Cooler's down there.
He is.
Still alive, still alive.
Apparently on his third bullet from what I've seen, but he spun it up pretty good. 180K in a stack by the time they hit their break, so that's pretty good. The min cash, by the way, paying out the top 43, $431 min cash, but again, the first place prize for the stack today, 17,438 for first place. Pretty good. Which again, speaking of the tournament scene, the Run Good, Michigan Run Good, making its return April 24th through May 4th.
Oh yeah. Calendars came out for it not too long ago.
Yep.
Event list looks nice.
Yep.
Excited.
It's going to be a 300K guarantee, $1,200 buy-in main event, as well as some double board tournaments happening, as well as the Run Good Ambassador event that's going to be happening, which is a bounty event.
Always a fun 2 weeks when they come to town.
Lots of good stuff coming up. Paul going to catch a tray on his flop. Speaking of tournament players, we know Paul to be a tournament grinder. He's definitely made a few of our final tables that we've had. Rarely get a chance to see him play cash, but the higher stake games he will definitely play.
One of the more quiet guys you'll see at the table, but
Yes.
he is not afraid to mix up the action. Don't let the quiet demeanor fool you.
Correct. I know his cash game choice does like to play PLO.
Especially with his Carson. 4-3-4, raise 75.
Johannes going to go put in a raise of 75 with his 7-6 suited. Now Paul with King Jack going to put in the call.
Heads up, guys.
So our heads up with Paul and Johannes. King Jack versus 7-6 suited hands. An ace high flop. Paul does have the Broadway draw. A rainbow board.
But Johannes has the betting lead. Going to fire out the C bet.
Let's go.
9 on a turn. Ooh, gut shot now for Johannes.
See if he continues firing. Looks like he is.
175.
Does bet 175.
Gonna size it up a little bit. Really trying to rep that ace.
Paul not believing him, going to put in the call.
There's the queen.
Wow, Broadway is good.
Johannes doesn't go for the bluff since the backdoor flush did come in. Fortunate for him, he raised the white flag there. Anything he put in the middle is getting snapped off.
Yeah.
Paul read him right, checked it over, hoping he would bluff once more.
Yeah, that April, not just the Run Good series out, but the April promotion schedule is out as well as some tournament action. Understand that Orange Park's going to have the GoPo happening in April.
Yeah, we'll have a 1 day, I believe,
Yep.
second week of April.
Same.
Similar to the one going on at St. Aug today.
Yeah,
$300 buy-in, 1 day event. Nice little Run Good teaser.
Yeah.
I mean, I got the itch. I understand.
Understandable. But yeah, that's happening on April 13th, I believe, is when that will be happening.
13th.
Yep.
Heads up, guys.
$300 buy-in, 30K guarantee as well, happening over at Orange Park in April. The Race to a Race happening as well again for April, starting on April 1st.
Not a joke.
It's not a joke.
Not a joke. We're doing it.
Yep. It's this time though a 25K Race to a Race. So payouts are going to be a little bit bigger. We'll see if we hit all the quads on day one like we did.
I'll bet yes. I'll bet yes. It's quads day.
Yeah, I remember was working that Monday, the first day we did it.
Pew pew pew.
Yeah, we literally hit all the quads on my by the time I took my lunch break.
Yeah, quads go fast and furious on day one.
Yeah,
It's fun seeing the first couple hours of the day.
Yeah. Especially since it's shared between all 3 rooms again.
Yep. Race for race shared across all 3. All you do is hit quads or a straight flush. First one to do so gets paid out. It's always in addition to the high hands too, so
Yep.
it's a nice little bonus on top of everything that's normally going on.
Yeah, pretty good stuff for sure.
75. Fold 7. Not 2, 3.
All right, Johannes putting in the raise. Queen Jack suited. Now Curtis Ace 6 suited in a big blind. Gonna let it go. Does fold around.
Yeah, a lot of respect for Johannes. Is open under the gun. First to act a little bit stronger. Same time, they are playing 6-handed, so might have to defend any suited ace.
Yeah, I don't think Matt has quite played a hand yet, but he's probably just waiting for things to move around and probably mix it up here shortly.
Looks like he's been taking care of something on his phone the whole time too.
Yeah.
It's been he's not sitting at the table. You can see him kind of there in the corner.
Yeah, might be taking care of something real quick before.
Sometimes duty calls.
Yeah, I get it. Definitely understand that. Lucas, what's up? Good to see you, man. Hopefully you're doing well. See you in the YouTube chat in this early Saturday afternoon. Of course, got $500 high hands going every 30 minutes, shared between all 3 rooms. No breaks running till midnight tonight. We'll also be bringing that promotion back for the month of April as well. $1,000 high hands every 30 minutes on Friday, shared across all 3 rooms. And the 500 every 30 shared across all 3 rooms on Saturday, happening next month as well. I feel like that was a pretty good promotion. I feel like each room got its fair share of action.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
I see people take home $1,000, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I was looking at the active tables. Definitely did see like some table increases between all 3.
Going back to the good old times when Dirk was still playing, you know, there was a good organization. Didn't just trade away their best player.
Well, speaking of waking up under the gun, Miguel has the aces.
See anything about everybody else has a hand worth playing, and Curtis does. Puts in the call at the king 10 of hearts.
Suited, yeah.
Paul happy to put in a call, closing the action.
A lot of hearts out there.
Yeah, I bet we won't see any.
1.
Just one, just one.
Oh, and it's a king high flop for Curtis. Uh-oh.
Yeah, dangerous for him.
That could be disastrous.
And so, like, I mean, basically, it's more like, yeah, I'm realistic. It could have been in any other team as well.
Curtis reaching for the call. Paul gets out of there, and we see a 7 on the turn. Pretty clean card. Don't think Curtis is getting away from it. Miguel size is way up.
Yeah,
that was big.
$500 bet.
From small to large.
Yeah. Over bet the pot.
I think anything normal size are going to sound. Instead, I guess Curtis reads it as a little bit of a bluff.
Yeah, it goes all in.
Makes Miguel sit up.
Yeah. Well,
knows it's not a bluff.
This just got interesting.
Miguel didn't see that coming. Just look at his face. Comes to the right conclusion, puts in the call. Guess his large bet made Curtis maybe think he was doing it with something like a suited ace in clubs or applying pressure with some sort of draw type hand.
Run it twice. First run out is clean. Second run out, clean. And oh, man.
Aces do hold.
And that might be the end of Curtis, too. Wow.
Oof.
Just let you win so I can just...
Matt just sitting back and letting the massacres happen.
Hooks up, sees another open seat.
He's like, whoa, what did I just miss? So,
still inside the first orbit, and we got 2 players busted, huh?
yeah, one in the first hand with the bomb pot hand, and then yeah, that king high flop. We knew disaster was happening.
Can't believe he shoved.
That was a bit adventurous.
River put out a 4-liner too. Might have slowed them both down. Instead, he went with the rip.
like Miguel, push him around.
So this is a cash game, not a final table. I just want to clarify. Feels like it's a final table with the way the action's happening already.
Yeah, it was like.
Well, I mean, considering, I mean, some of these guys have played tournaments before. Lucas, it was Glenn, was playing a PLO bomb pot and did not quite understand how PLO rules worked.
He was heading to a chop until Carson hit the river after they got it all in. He got it in okay. Not great.
Johannes just said this feels like a final table.
Yeah.
So what's the deal with his feet?
He's coming in.
We lost 2 players.
Yeah, kind of tough.
Don't say we did it when you did it.
I was gonna say, Miguel, you were part of the you're part of the reason, sir. Theo said, "Send out the Todd L signal." He's still across these.
It's not dark enough outside yet to
No, it's not.
flash the lights.
And now Miguel waking up with kings.
3 bets after Carson opened it up.
Well, here we go. A hand between the 2 guys that busted out the 2 players.
Only one can remain.
Only one. There can be only one. It's like the Highlander.
Yeah, well, looks like it's going to be all Miguel on the 6-high flop.
Yeah, it's about as good of a flop you could ask
Slow
for.
plays it.
Ooh, but now Carson has the nut flush draw on that turn. See how many of those outs just all of a sudden appeared?
He's getting a decent price to put in the call. Well, he probably knows he's behind, but especially against a hand like Miguel's, he's getting the right price. And, well, not a river Carson wanted to see. It's going to be hard for him to get away from top pair here. Miguel fired out. There's the call from Carson. And get the bad news. He kind of hit the worst river card possible in an offsuit jack. Just big enough. You got to put in the call, especially playing 5-handed. Ranges are going to open up. People are going to have to make bluffs. I've seen that enter the game. So back to 6-handed we go as things continue. It's 10-25, no limit hold'em game.
You're big. There's a straddle in the 8-seat guys. Action is going to start in the 9.
What do you have?
7. Raise 125.
Now Miguel put in a raise with the queen 4. He has shown down aces and kings. I guess he's going to let that image do its work when he puts in the light raise from the button in a straddled pot. Johannes, though, looking down at a monster, an ace-king, happy to put in a 3-bet. Sizes up a little bit, given the fact he's playing out of the small blind.
You don't believe I got queens this time?
What do you say?
Easy fold from Miguel.
Why this time?
Well, the last 3 hands I played.
So,
Figure queen. Explain.
so then, John just moved that.
Straddle again.
Checks to me. I go 170. I go 300. Call it. Okay, so call is 500.
Call.
Another straddled pot. We're going to see a button limp from Tim.
Keep going. 300.
Raise 175.
500.
That's going to punish the limpers. Puts in a pretty hefty raise from his straddle. Tim going nowhere.
Heads up, Alex.
Puts in the call. Fun flop here. 10-7-5. So Matt with the flush draw. Tim with the straight draw. Matt's going to fire out the continuation bet. It's about 2/3 pot. Might be enough to push Tim off of his hand.
I'll tell you about Eddie. Last night.
Let's have the backdoor hearts to go with the gut shot. Instead, Tim's going to let it go.
I mean, I think so.
So Matt coming in swinging. Just a second in at the table. Put in the light raise. Gets the job done on the continuation bet, though.
Bump on top. It was a one, guys.
And another dealer change. We're going to see another double board PLO bomb pot take place. Everybody's going to throw in the 50. We'll be off to 2 runouts. We'll see if fireworks and stacks can collide again like it did the first time around.
Matt, you done talking with your boyfriend?
I raised the 3.
You done talking with your boyfriend?
He didn't raise 900. Snap him off. He's like, you're good.
I mean, he's the only person that actually had it.
What's up?
Disregard hand.
No,
He
he
is
is right there.
the only person that sees. I mean, that
Kirk's in St. Augustine.
has decent frequency of pop-up cards. Which is actually, I think, good.
6 ago. Check.
Well then, Miguel flopping a boat down low. Paul, though, with the case ace in his hand, flops the river kind down low, top 2 up top. He's happy to fire right out. Miguel just going to put in the call. Don't think anybody else is going to stick around with what they're holding, and it's just going to be Paul and Miguel heads up to the turn.
We're heads up.
So far, Miguel's kings, full still stay best on the bottom board. Paul needs to find a card to fill up. Paul actually checks this one over.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It's 3, 300, 400, 7.
Let's see a pot size bet and call yet again.
So you're looking at 20. Call. What we got?
Went pot and snap call in this river. Paul couldn't find a way to fill up down low. Miguel obviously didn't hit the case king up top. And they're just going to chop this one up. Pretty anticlimactic. Paul had a ton of outs to find the scoop. Fortunately for him, it did not. Money in the Bank says that we hope we fill up the 2 empty seats. I'm going to hope the same thing. So they can find somebody out there in the room that wants to jump in. Maybe even 2 players that want to jump in this game. Preferably somebody with a lot of action and a lot of deep pockets.
Someone wants to know, are you going to go to 5-5 if they call it?
Yeah.
Are you going to go call?
What?
You going to go to 5-5 if they call it?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, this game.
So I'm going to play both or
So he's on the list for another game. I might get on.
75. 2. Ball, 3. Ball.
If this game is going to break, should we make it a 2-5 at least? Try to get people over here?
At least a 5-10, right?
Yeah, or 5-10, yeah.
Sean, 1 PLO. Sean, 1-5, 7 card side. Sean, 1-5, 7 card side.
All happy to throw out the continuation bet with the 6s. There's only one overcard out there.
Calling it, but he was just over here to figure out if you guys were going to go.
That should be good enough to take it down.
Sean, 1-5, 7
5-5.
card
I
side.
don't know that I want to play.
You're going to go too?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good start.
You can play PLO.
Yes, you play PLO here for all week.
Yeah, if you want. That's the only way I'm staying.
CP, 1-5, 7 card side. CP.
PLO, no limit.
PLO.
Easy. All in. Same thing. Yeah. Right? 4 cards.
25 to
Jose,
go.
2-5, Jose, 2-5.
75 and 2, fold, 3, 6, 7, fold in the 8.
They're calling it right now.
No, so I'm just trying to figure out if you guys are going to go or not. Check.
A couple of suited connectors here. Same suit. None on the flop. Looks like Miguel's just going to stab with 9 high, and it's going to be good enough to take it down.
Huh? I don't think it's telling me either. He would like to know.
I'm not gonna call that was like. Even if you say I had it, like he's hot, he's super weird. I was surprised.
25 to go. Call for full. Fold. Check.
Another limp in from Tim. Something you don't see too much in these higher stakes game is a limp, but he's been mixing it in pretty often here. Gets the jack high flop this time around, and when he fires out, he's going to take it down without any resistance.
Yes, I know. I guess I just walked back in, so I guess the table's been kind of trying to discuss our options, I guess, but we'll see what happens. We'll see if some players walk in and we can try to fill this back up and everything, stuff like that. We don't have a list right now at the moment, but it is early on Saturday too, so.
And players are talking about maybe converting it to a different game, find a way to get some people into the table. I don't think it'll be going anywhere. Just a matter of which direction it's going to go.
Correct.
So it's going good?
I bought it for 8 and walked out with about 200. So yeah, it's pretty good.
Because he's asked how business is
Our
going.
business is great.
And then you said last time I was playing for 5 and now you're playing 10. You're going good.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah, we'll see what happens though. It's still a little early.
Sure, check. All right.
Maybe we'll convince Country to put on a fake mustache and go out there and sit down and play. You know, it's a team effort.
Too many Q.
A couple of pots in a row for Tim now. See if he starts, mixing it up a little bit more.
I wanted to find the block up match. Probably not, because I'm.
Yeah. So we got
If they
straddle
call
the
me, I'm gonna
7
give you the option. I'm not gonna play my hand. No. If I'm gonna play my hand, I'm gonna give you
and
the
100 in the 8.
I mean, the only option I have is either
Well, no, I'm not. If it folds to me, I'm not gonna call 100. I'm either gonna
Make
raise
it
or I'm gonna
150. Fold in the 9.
So Matt really trying to spice stuff up. Puts in the blind raise to 100 here.
Which one is it, Carson?
We saw Tim just fold ace-10 offsuit.
Where you got?
Surprise, just doesn't open things up there. So it'll be Carson to open things up with the jack-10. Matt going to defend with the 8-deuce. And look at that flop. Bottom 2 pair for Matt, open ender for Carson. See if Carson's doing this for the check raise or going to play it straight up. Does check raise it. Rep a stronger hand than he has, but Matt with 2 pair, obviously going nowhere.
Yeah, nothing like a middle and bottom pair here for Matt. Although Carson, as you said, open-ended. Pretty close. All in and a
Snap
call.
jam from
Wow.
Carson. Rep the diamonds and gets snapped off by Matt.
Yeah. Like we didn't even switch off the flop cam. The action happened so quick. Carson gets there the first time on the first run out. And the second run out. All right, chop it up.
Matt finds the full house on the second board, just in case Carson had a diamond, and that would be fine.
Yeah. So, yep, chop it up.
I won more than blind than I did.
Well, I guess we could show stats from that first 30 minutes. Miguel and Carson, the reason why they're up so much is because they busted out 2 players. That's why. That's why you see Johannes being the one that stuck the most at 3 digits, which is essentially even in this game. The V-pips right there. As we are 6-handed right now. We did start off with a full 8, but like I said, 2 players unfortunately did bust out in the first 30 minutes. So that's the way things look. Ooh, Matt with ace-king.
Fresh off of going to showdown that he very lightly defended with 8 deuce in the last hand. So when you show a propensity to mix things up and you get rewarded with a big hand, you might find some action.
Yep, he does put into 3-bet. Carson. King Jack suited. Gonna go ahead and flick in a call.
Carson being the opponent in that last hand, very aware of what Matt had.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and see a flop. Jack high flop, Jack 10 deuce. So Carson does hit a jack, but Broadway draw, gutter for Matt. And let's just run it back again.
Damn a call.
Run it twice again. Try on the turn. So Carson will take the first run out. Matt needing a queen.
Or an ace.
Or an ace. It's not going to happen. Now Carson does scoop. Now Carson busting out another one. But Matt, I know, will reload back up.
It's not a final table?
No. Okay. No, not. No. With the way this is going, yeah. But no, Matt will, I know Matt will load back up.
That was his fun bullet.
Yes.
You gotta go. Just get Ryan.
Are you playing that at 17? Yeah. Playing 25.
Sounds like he's coming back in for another min buy.
Well, they worked out the accounting on that side of the table. Miguel woke up with ace-king on the other side of the table. He's anxiously awaiting Carson to look down at his hand, because he's got Carson crushed right now.
Yeah, 75.
He's open.
I'm gonna have not a dime. Just put a pumpkin there and take 1,000 off. Take break. We're doing that.
Serious accounting going on right now. But on to the flop here. Queen high flop. All diamonds.
Carson
Matt
flopping the best of it yet again.
Yeah, Carson has a queen. Matt, though, does hold the 9 of diamonds, and he's also got a gutter.
Yeah, tough to think your 9's going to be best 3 ways, especially Miguel was the pre-flop opener. 7 on the turn. Double gutter for Matt now.
I think he had a long
Top size bet from Carson, but Matt's going nowhere. Miguel's ace-king came in 3rd place. Easy fold for him. Ace on the river.
Carson just can't miss.
Carson got Miguel to lay down the ace. Just everything's going his way so far.
Yeah. Matt's going to face off against Paul, taking a break from Carson.
Matt flops the best of it, hitting a 7. Fires out the C-bet after raising it up pre, and Paul lets go the king high.
By the way, of course, sad news in the sports world for anyone that was a boxing fan, passing of George Foreman.
Step back because he was injured. Oh, yeah,
I believe it was 76 years of age that it was for George.
He like landed on his back.
Some people also known him as the George Foreman Grill. Yeah, boxing fans out there obviously remember him. We got 3 players at flop here. Queen 7 deuce, so another queen high flop, and Carson hitting a queen again.
Johannes second nut flush draw though. Again was the pre-flop raiser. Good board for his range, good board for his hand. Easy continuation bet.
Tray on the turn, complete brick.
What's Johannes want to do here? Continue firing?
Looks like he is. Goes 300. Just a shade under the pot. That $300 bet. Got 6 on the river. And Carson right now running hot.
Yeah, pretty clean run out. Can't imagine Carson's going to let go of a queen.
Yeah, just everything missed too.
Just a matter of, does Johannes believe that, or is Johannes going to fire?
He is going to fire.
Hard to think king high is good, ever. So.
And Carson snapped it off. It's almost like a disappointed when Carson just sighs and just chose him to call.
Not a spot you love, especially with how clean of a run out it is. You wouldn't. If there wasn't a scare card for Johannes to use as a bluff. So these two very familiar with each other. Imagine it's not the type of board Johannes bluffs on super often, but
right, yeah,
you're just a little too strong to fold with top pair given how clean it is.
Yeah,
you're just kind of resigned to a side call like he made. You know you're good a portion of the time, just a large enough portion to be profitable, but you don't necessarily love it.
We'll keep things moving along though. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys being with us for this 10-25 no limit hold'em cash game. So we'll get a Donnie in the game shortly too.
Ooh, really?
Yep.
Bring on the Don.
He'll be showing up momentarily. As I just said, there he is.
Inside info, huh?
You want 12 top? 12 top? 2 off the top. Call in the 900 to go.
Is that a straddle?
So that's a straddle, that's a blind raise. I'll solve all this one.
Straddle blind raise.
I don't know.
Now Miguel gonna raise it up from the button, trying to take advantage of this action.
I bike. You saw me bike. Yeah, mainly just bike. Well, when it's nice. If it's not nice, then I'll probably drive.
Matt defending super wide here with the queen 8.
Yeah.
Matt came in looking to mix it up, that's for sure.
Jack 8 for flop, so a pair of 8s from Matt.
Nut flush draw for Miguel.
Been getting quite a few of these flops where someone gets a pair and then someone's on a draw. A strong draw at that, too.
800. Did you play a tournament or just friends? Tomorrow league starts.
Half of Matt's stack goes in there on that bet.
You know, the only person out of all the people here randomly that have played volleyball, ball poker, is Paul.
Really?
It's so random.
Yeah, like one random day.
Also, Paul's also a volleyball player, too?
That's where
Interesting.
Yeah, I saw you guys.
yeah.
Peter just got engaged.
I know, it's so. Peter wasn't playing volleyball. It was just Paul. Paul was the only one interested.
You should do as well as
Yep, the proper ways with the hands. Yep.
Well, there we go.
How comes Paul doesn't look as tan as Don then?
No. I think Don definitely gets a bit more sun.
All right.
Well,
Carson
run it
v.
back.
Matt. Round 6.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah.
9-8 tray flop. So, open ender for Matt.
Basketball tournament games on here. Maybe
He's on a turn.
I'm looking
Matt
for
still has
St.
quite a few
John's
outs.
And Arkansas. I can't seem to find it.
You made a bracket.
I made a bracket with my parents. It's good.
Looks like Carson is all in again.
It is. It's so random. No.
All right, here we go. Round 3. Matt does hit the straight on the first run out, and we're going to chop this up.
Every hand I put in Matt for all in.
Who are the other players?
Curtis, he played yesterday. I think he was in the
Oh, yeah. Okay.
He played, and he got Miguel. And
No,
then,
the first person, he pulled a Donnie in the bomb pot.
yeah.
Ah.
Well, to be fair,
I mean, notice how I know exactly what you meant.
to be fair, he was told it was PLO bomb pot.
And
He was actually
and
told.
he
That is not really a
and
Donnie.
he was warned to not play it by me.
Carson tried coaching him in the middle of the hand. And he was against Carson.
for fucking.
Good job before you knew it was happening, but. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
You can have this one.
And a loss.
He's gonna become the new Donnie. You guys can't make a clap with him. The real Donnie is that you already know. You can't know about it. That's the key. You didn't know that it was a PLO bomb pot.
That I didn't know.
That's the key.
You just
I was trapped.
You just like have four cards in your hand and you think it's
Sat down with 10K. It was a 5,100 game. It was during the WPT series, and I said welcome, and everybody said welcome, and they kept dealing cards. It's like, is this PLO? No, it's a bomb pot. It's a bomb pot. Just play. It's already too late. You already have hand.
Got him.
Oh, no. I wonder who he was imitating when he said that, too. I can come up with one guess.
Either that or you would have won and you would have been hooked.
Tim, welcome back.
No,
Couldn't hear you guys over Trace Atkins and Blake Shelton, but I couldn't resist watching 510 with Finding Nemo on the game last night. Yeah, that was William, who was the final table participant against Jake in the Winter Open main event. He was playing in the 510 last night, and he was wearing a Finding Nemo hat.
Not me.
So we had an actual fish at the table.
There's always a few.
Yeah. All right, so 1 hour in the books. That's a interesting first hour. Don has not played a hand yet. He just got to the table, so that's why we don't have any official stats on him. But that's about right. Yeah, Matt, 56% VPIP right now. Miguel, 32. Carson, 32. Paul, 32. Tim, 28. And that's the way the VPIPs look after an hour. And then once that closes out, we'll show the stats. Once the hand actually closes out. There we go. Yeah, Carson up 7K. Miguel up 4K. Johannes stuck 1,400. Matt stuck 32. So, all right, bomb pot time.
Okay, pod. Six players, guys. Carson, if you can just give us a rundown on how this all works.
All right, Queen 8-6 up top, and all 9s on the bottom. Let's see. I'm gonna say Tim has a 9. It's a mystery hand. Carson though with 8-6, 2 pair on the top board.
And pocket 7s for the boat down low.
Yep. Nope, Tim does not have a 9. He let it go. 10 up top and a king on the bottom for the turns for both. So Carson again with his boat. And let's see, a tray up top and a 10 on the bottom for this, and we're going to chop this up. Johannes with the straight on the top, and Carson's boat on the bottom.
Go with Johannes' flush on the top.
Ah, flush, you're right. Yeah.
He got there on one of the draws.
Yeah, he did.
Or the pair queen.
Yeah, the flush. I thought he had a straight up top, but yeah, I guess, yeah.
Chop it up.
No, flush is much better. See, I'm Glenn. I can't read yellow.
I mean, my bracket wants Arkansas, but I'm already
Just do what Don does, you know, sit out. It's way better than getting stacked.
Yeah, it's true. It's a lot cheaper.
meaning it's a lot of physicality.
All right, so keep moving along.
Yeah, Tino, that's what happened.
The chop.
Okay, I didn't know. Yeah.
Adonis saying, is that Mike? It is. The one and only Mike Kruger.
Is that Adonis?
Would be Adonis.
What?
Birthday boy Adonis from yesterday.
Ooh.
Hold on.
Happy belated then, I guess. Goes out to you, Adonis.
Hold 1, 2.
St. John's, New York, you know, I know a little bit. I like to see it.
200. Hold the 7. Do it. Button.
So Johannes, raise and take it.
Donnie with the real question. Do you participate in March Madness, Mike? I figure you would, right?
No.
No?
Not much, no.
Oh, wow, okay.
It's about when my off season sets in.
Chewy? Not Chewy.
I'm gonna guess Adonis has been celebrating his birthday a good bit. Good
Yeah.
bit.
You did look up.
Because I'm used to it.
Don called Jacob Chewy.
It's
funny.
Yeah.
Raise the 100. Hold 7, 8.
Peel up, right? Right to peel up.
No. Call 9, hold 1, 2, and a call.
There is a list. Yeah.
3 heavy.
I don't know what they are.
I went 3 ways to this flop. Fortunately, it's an anticlimactic flop. 7
Yeah.
high.
Yeah, this is some back doors, really, for Paul and Johannes.
Paul's going to stay aggressive, of course.
Paul's going to take it down. Just folds around.
No, you. Nobody.
Yeah, I used to be involved a lot with March Madness and everything, but not as much anymore. Things have changed so much.
Yeah, scholarships get revoked. We got thrown off the team. Now we're here in studio.
I thought that's why I thought it was a joke. Limit hold up 3-6. I can't see.
Yeah, but let's get Don on the 3-6 limit. Seven card stud is well already. Should we do a 100, 200, 7 card stud game on the stream? That'd be fun.
Ooh, that'd be fun.
Carson raise it anyone who knows how. Fold. Raise
Somebody else to help raise. Max out the bet everything.
Go away, fold that.
Carson raising up with a suited one gapper. Matt
Two.
happy to stick around with King Queen.
Call. 4 of you.
Invites Donnie and Tim along for the ride. 4 ways, king high flop.
Check it. Check it.
Right up Matt's alley, flopping top pair.
Let's check. Check.
Carson does turn a gutter ball as well as Don.
150.
Matt happy to fire out now that nobody showed any aggression on the flop. Knows his king is best and
One good.
will remain true as he takes the pot down. I'll say what up to you, Steve. Thanks for tuning in, joining us here on the live stream. Don E. recently added to this table. 10-25 no limit game, about an hour in.
And raise to 100 again.
See another blind raise from Matt. Miguel with aces.
200.
Goes with a small 3-bet. Last time he attacked the blind raise with a large pre-flop size. This time he's going small, trying to keep multiple players in, but instead it's just him and Matt. Heads up to the flop. Matt whiffs it. But looks like he's going to bluff at it.
150.
Miguel obviously going to be going nowhere. Just a question of raise or call here.
Raise to 500.
Gonna go for the raise. Doesn't want to let any Broadway draws go to the turn 2 cheap.
Fold.
So we see Matt let it go. Miguel doesn't win too large of a pot with his aces this time around. Only an hour into the stream, and we've seen Miguel wake up with aces twice, kings once. Don does put down his phone, looks down at pocket trays, raises it up. Tim with a quick call from the button. Tim electing not to 3-bet the ace-queen in position. Dom's trays stay best on the jack 5-5 flop. Action did go check, check. Pretty safe. 4 of diamonds on the turn.
25.
See Don bet. Tim lets it go. I think it's gonna be the first pot Don drags in so far here on stream. Obviously, the players in the YouTube streets will be rooting on Donnie. We'll see how long he's here today, but a lot of times when he plays a whole session, he gives a piece of his earnings to the YouTube chat. Hasn't confirmed or denied it yet, so TBD, TBD.
Raise 102. Call.
Miguel opening up with the suited connectors, and Tim puts in the call again. Not sure what he has, but based on the way things have gone so far today, I imagine it's a decently strong hand.
Check it. 150.
Firing out the C bet. Wants to go. It looks like Matt's going to float with the king jack. Does put in the call. Currently his king high is best. Stays best on the 4 turn. Miguel going to keep firing. Looks like he is. Matt again putting in the call. He's not one to give up too much today. Board pairs the 10 on the river. Does Matt find the hero call with king high? He's really thinking about it. Does let it go. So far on stream, Miguel hasn't shown down anything that hasn't been a strong hand. Assume that comes into play there. So Matt was on the fence. In the end, decided to let it go against a more active opponent who's shown down some bluffs. We might have seen him put in the hero call. See the limp in from Tim again. Mixing in more speculative hands now.
Are any of you guys on the 5-5 kilo list? Can I take you off? Take you off the list, or you would prefer that?
Ooh, Paul finding a 3-bet.
I mean, they'll break the game.
I know that's what we're asking. We're not going to call it. If they want to stay on it,
I'll
if that's the problem.
I'll just stay
Called
here.
100 out of turn, right? You called 100 out of turn. I'm sure you guys 25 in there.
Oh, I thought
You didn't realize it.
Yeah,
Raised.
he raised to 100, so you're in for 25 if you just run it.
Okay.
So decent timing to wake up with aces for Paul after Carson put in the raise from the button. Looks like Carson's going to call with the king-9 suited.
Heads up.
Carson whiffs the flop, though. Paul's aces stay far and away best on the queen 8-5. There is the continuation bet and takedown for Paul. William asking if he needs to bring the fish hat to this game. I mean, there's a seat open. We won't deny it, that's for sure. Come on down, fill this table up. Maybe wake them up a little bit. Table talk's been a little bit on the quiet side for a cash game tonight.
Thank you. Raise 75 and 2. Fold 3, 6, 7. Fold 8. Fold 9. I'm taking your bid. Folds around, but that's good.
Now Miguel getting a lot of respect on his under the gun open. Nobody fights back, and just saw another premium pocket pair for him. Miguel's had a pretty good run of cards so far. First hour and change.
So, remaining George coming in. Yeah, grease the wheels a little bit in the game? No. You mean no? Come on. I don't think you played that, did you? Wait, yes, sir. You gotta turn the microphones off, that's all. Why? Can't tell if Don's talking to me or if he's talking to the basketball.
Talking about this fairy book.
All right, Tim with another pocket pair and 5 is going to limp in. Johannes happy to raise it up with the ace-king.
William, what's up, man? Yeah, we got a seat open.
Fun's good.
Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us and being with us for this 10-25 game. Got myself Ryan, also known as Country, joined by Mike Kruger, card room manager. Best bet Orange Park.
Raise 75 and a 9, fold 1, 2. On these movements.
So, got a Chewy update. I guess he's still in.
Straddling the 7.
Level
or
10
even up
right
to
now.
100 in the end.
Stay alive. Name of the game.
It is.
Danny 2-5. Lock it up for Danny 2-8.
Raise 300 in the one.
All right, Don gonna go ahead and put in the raise to 300 with his 7-5 suited.
Go.
Miguel gonna put in the call with pocket 8s. Tim in there as well. So I had also gonna call. So we got 4 players at a flop. Whoa. Queen high flop, queen 5 tray. Don hits a 5.
Tim's got an open ender.
Yep.
Decides to mix up something with it.
Matt with 1 over. King Jack. Gonna go ahead and bet.
Tough if you're Don with 3 players still to act behind. Such a small bet though. Doesn't look like he's reaching to call.
It's like he's gonna put in some raising chips. Well, now he's thinking about it. Yeah, now does put in the raise.
There's
All in with his open ender.
This pot happened out of nowhere.
Yeah, it did. Matt just 500 left behind.
Facing this action, you might be drawing near dead, but also so much in the middle.
All in for less. So now Don.
But if Don calls, he'll be rooting to hit a 7. Not knowing he needs to fade a 7. Tim obviously hoping to spike a deuce for a 7 on the Turner River. Little does he know his 6 is good too. There it is. Everybody's in there.
They're gonna run it twice.
I think all 3 players are happy to see 2 runouts.
Yeah.
They all think they're behind.
Yeah. As he said though, this pot just kind of happened out of nowhere.
Matt thinks he's in 3rd place and he's in 2nd. Tim knows he's in 3rd place and he's right. But I would assume Don does not think a 5 is going to be good enough just now. Just getting the right price to call. So
Queen pairs the board. So Don's 5 is going to take the first run out. 4 on the turn.
Straight flush for Don.
Wow, Don hits a straight.
On this one.
Straight flush on this one.
Wow.
Don was happy to get there on 1 board. Tim ended up hitting the 6, but it was the straight flush card. So.
Yeah. Wow. So a scoop for Don. The 5 held on the first run out. And then the second run out, he gets the straight flush.
Runner, straight flush.
Yeah.
Run out, safe.
If anybody's due, it's Theo.
Wow, wow, wow. By the way, yes, funny dynamic. Every time Theo is dealing to Don, Don always gets smoked. This is the one time where Theo actually dealt Don a hand where he gets a scoop.
I mean, he woke up with a pair of 5s.
Yeah.
four ways in a 3-bet pot.
Absolutely
Can't let go of a pair of 5s.
Wow.
Best hand, best hand.
Mm-hmm.
Not much you plan, but you gotta check.
So looks like Tim's reloading. Looks like Matt went off to find a way to reload. Not sure if he's got a box or just has to hit the ATM. But he said to lock it up, so we know he's coming back.
You want some green? I give you some green. I got wait for
Daniel asking if you run it twice and hit the high hand, does it count? Fortunately, you can only run it twice in time rate games where they are not high hand eligible. In the normal rate games, they don't have the option to run it twice. So currently, not applicable to having a rolling in either case. Although the bomb pots in the normal rate games do count towards high hand. Both boards do count, so throwing it twice ever gets added into the other games, I would imagine it would have to count for high hand as well. But interesting question. So suddenly, Donnie is up a pretty penny. After he got to the game a little bit on the late side. Better late than never, that's for sure. Finding that huge pot. And I'm sure we'll find out from him in a little bit. If he's doing the YouTube giveaway, tell everybody's going to be hoping for it now. We know that he's up on the day.
3,400 cash.
Keeps playing 7-5 suited like a wizard. I mean, it'll be hard to deny the fact it's a shot at a good payday for you guys. He currently still has the best hand here on the king high flop. King jack deuce. 8's far in the lead. C-bet's going to take it down.
Arkansas won. Oh wow. Oh, by a lot, dude. That was a good game, though.
So you guys on the 5-5 kill.
That first half was crazy.
The bottom, so I can follow the game.
Or the announcers are even saying.
Yeah, you can follow.
Yeah.
Follow you. Anybody else on the 5-5 list? Thank you.
375.
Well, sounds like this game's going to stay together for quite a bit now. Some players that were on the PLO list opted to roll down, stick around here.
Attention players, go open in a new 5-5 yellow game on table 6 for Ernie, Mr. T, L, Leon, DN, Jose, Justin, and Laura G. 5-5 yellow, table 6.
That's right, 5. Wow. Ready, 75.
Let's see what's become the new standard open size of 75. Looks like Carson's going to mix in the 3-bet, though. Over Johannes is open. Mixing an ace-7 suited. Johannes, though, with a monster and ace-king. Easily find the 4-bet here. Looks to be the case. We see him assembling some black chips. After he does complete the 4-bet, we see Carson quickly let it go.
I didn't realize that. Then I looked down, I was like, oh, he doesn't.
Second call for 5-5
I wasn't sure if you did that on purpose.
Leon, DN, Jose, Justin, and Laura G. 5-5 yellow, table 6.
Raise 75.
Carson's turn to open things up.
So maybe they are going to
Got multiple callers. So again, we're going to be 4 ways to a flop. Comes down ace jack tray. 2 spades on board for Paul. A pair for everybody else. Miguel's ace obviously in the lead. See Carson, a continuation bet.
Heads up, guys.
Paul puts in the call. Other players clear out. Well, Paul smashes the spade on the turn. Hits his flush, and Carson's going to slow down, check over with his pair trays.
325 tonight.
Paul going for value, targeting Carson having an ace, but instead Carson's just going to give up.
You want to come in this one, man?
Matt joins the table fresh off the reload.
Can't do more strategy, unfortunately.
Mr. T, L, Leon, Dan, DM, Jose, Justin, and Ward G. 5-5, PL 6. We say your team. Next time we're going to get cards in here.
How much? It'd be 35. That works.
Eddie, RR, and OG.
There's a will, there's a way, you know?
Eddie, RR, and OG. Triple T, 5-5, PL.
Looks like Matt's going to come back in with the vengeance. Puts in the blind raise again. Continues to spice things up here. Yet again, Miguel opening from the button. Seems like every time Matt puts in the blind raise, Miguel wakes up with something on the button. Looks like Matt is going to defend with the 6 tray of clubs. So these 2 heads up to the flop.
At least 3 guys got themselves triple speed in this place.
Wow. Middle set for Miguel. It's down 9-8 deuce.
Distinction, so they put themselves on the list. That's why one guy's OG triple C. 250, 2. Call.
I see Matt put in the call after Miguel C-bets. Hits a 6 on the turn.
Jonathan and RL, 1-2 below. Jonathan and RL, 1-2 below.
See what size Miguel goes with here on the turn.
1200.
He's going big. Almost full pot size bet. Last time they tangled, Matt almost put in a hero call in the river with just king high. Would have been right that time. No hero, deliberation too much here. Correctly lets it go. Been drawn dead.
Last call for Eddie, 5-5 below. Eddie, 5-5 below.
Open seat.
Felipe.
Around the 8.
Straddle for 50 is on.
Raise 202.
Miguel again with a raise. We've had the benefit of seeing Miguel's hands, but the table's got to think that he's been hyperactive. How much he's been playing, and Matt, after he defends, smacks the flop, queen high, 2 spades on board. Action goes check, check. Nasty turn card for Matt. He's going to fire out Miguel with an underpair to the board. Probably just going to give this one up. Sure enough, he does. Let it go. Unless Miguel wanted to get really frisky there, repping ace-king. Not the best board for his hand by any means.
Carla, 1-2 below. Carla, 1-2 below. Lock it up for Carla. See Julian, put your seat, Carla.
Paul, the suited ace under the gun, happy to open things up. Tim going to call it before Trey. Everybody else clears out of the way.
Heads up.
Both players brick the jack 10-5 flop. Actually goes check check to another jack on the turn. Paul gonna put out the blade C bet. Tim just gonna let it go.
Is good. Bomb box on if you want it, guys.
Another half hour in the books, sounds like. Some dealer change incoming. Which means another double board PLO bomb pot for us. Everybody but Don there in the one seat will be in for 50 apiece. We'll go off to 2 boards.
RZ, 5 yellow. RZ, 5 yellow. Lock it up for RZ.
Donna refuses to play the PLO bomb pots. I don't think today's going to be any exception. He's going to use it as a chance to sneak away to the bathroom while we take a look at what these 6 players wake up with.
A little late, but I was gonna say it's a little bigger than not Paul's, Todd's.
I didn't know. I ordered it online. I didn't know it was that big. I just wanted. One thing after I got to because I was a small blind like 6 times in a row.
Don't know what Carson's holding. We can see that Tim's got
Check it.
king for trips up top.
200. Full 6.
He's going to lead right out with it. We're going to play along with Carson as he puts in the call.
Fold 9. 200.
We saw Matt put in the call. That'll be it. So 3 ways we go to the turns. Looks like Tim's going to keep betting. Goes right around half pot. It's going to get Carson out of there. It's going to get Matt out of there. Tim's going to scoop this one all to himself with the Trip Kings. Pretty much his desired result is he didn't have anything to speak of on the bottom board. Happy to scoop it.
Oh.
For Matt, Melissa, C.O., Ray, Chuck, P, Felipe, Luke, and T. 2 fighter and Holden, table 9. Ringo, 2 fighter and Holden, Ringo.
I'm like waiting for the half hour. For the water.
No, for the Thank you, Paul.
Stuck me here.
After Carson opened things up from the button, Paul's going to be the only player to defend out of the blinds. Did have an ace. Ace falls on the flop.
Melissa, C.O., Ray, Chuck, P, Felipe, Luke, and T. 2 fighter and Holden, table 9.
Carson threw out the C bet. Paul happy to check call.
Cool, man. Oh, no. 2 pots. Wait, but they just called you for 2.
Yeah, it calls for 2 fighter. 100 maybe wait.
RR, 1 2 below. RR, 1 2 below.
Carson continues on the turn. Paul happy to call again. Bink on the river for Carson, makes Broadway. Carson going for the max. Goes with the over bet on the river.
Oh, looks like we're getting a Felipe in the game now, too.
See Paul really trying to decipher. Would Carson go small, small, large? Comes to the right conclusion. Let's go of the inferior hand.
All right, we'll show earnings first. Yeah, Carson up the most, up 6K. Miguel up 5,600. Don, after that one crazy hand, up 3,800, which good news for you guys because he is going to be giving away 5% of his earnings to a lucky viewer. Johannes, Tim, and Matt are the players that are the most stuck at the table. And then a look at the VPIPs as, Felipe has not played a hand, so it's not official for him. He's just kind of taking over Matt's stats there. Matt actually is
Just
the
move
43%.
seats,
Yeah, Matt's actually the 43%, and then Tim and Carson in the 30s. So that's the way things look as we are, what now, hour and a half, a little more than an hour and a half into the live stream tonight. And appreciate you guys being with us and hanging out with us for this 10-25 cash game. Got myself Ryan, also known as Country, joined by Mike Kruger, card room manager, Best Bet Orange Park. And as just mentioned earlier, Felipe now joining the table, making it a solid game for this 10-25. You see, we said give it a little bit of time as players start walking in a little later and stuff like that and everything. We were going to fill this game. And here we are.
There was never a lot of doubt. Only a little.
Only a little.
Only a little.
There's only a little doubt. we got it. We're good. That is 100% accurate.
So Johannes bet out with his king. They didn't call it 2 spots. Carson with middle pair, backdoor spades. Matt with a nut no pair. Safe deuce of diamonds for Johannes on the turn. After he fires out, both players gonna let it go. Obviously, tough for Carson to stick around with the pair of ace, especially with a player to act behind in Matt.
Not as good as you.
That's a lie.
Huh?
I said that's a lie. Don, I need another nickel from you. Mm-hmm. 25 to go 4-3. All in the court.
Well, Matt mixing in a limp here.
100.
Something we haven't seen him do yet. Johannes with jacks. Happy to raise it up.
And go.
That's going to put in the call after the limb. So just be him and Johannes heads up to the flop. Matt's going to spike the ace.
Want it? Check, check.
Goes check, check. Johannes looking not to see bet the ace-high flop.
Check. One.
Johannes puts in a delayed c-bet on the 10 turn. Bet 75. Could get called by a few hands that are worse. Matt, obviously, with a better hand, happy to put in the call with the ace. Now Matt leading out on the river. Johannes pay this one off. Can he find the fold with the pocket jacks? Does find the correct laydown, does Johannes. Matt couldn't get too much more out of him there. Just trying to get max value on the river. So, couple of players out here rooting for Don now. Hard not to. You hear that he's giving away 5% of his earnings.
Tim's gonna stay.
Instant fan favorite.
The table is tight.
Eddie asked me, is there any
Yesterday, the game got pretty crazy.
like who you root against?
We were all
Or is
stuck
he-
in
Matt W by 5 yellow. Matt W by 5 yellow.
Stone Wars for the game.
I think
Oh.
there's
Back it up for Matt W, table 6.
Perception.
I think Felipe's worse. Oh, late night. 15 to go. Oh,
How'd that game end yesterday, Carson?
200.
Good for me.
Full 30.
Yeah.
But it was,
Mr. Bill?
I beat Mr. Bill in a couple of hands.
Yeah.
But we played till about 2:30.
Yeah?
Oh, Miguel flop. Yeah,
No,
trips.
I was about to say that too.
12:31. But then we played like 4 or
Matt
5
doing nothing crazy with his
There
5
was 2 other
high.
people that showed up, they had been bought, and then it was me.
Thank you.
Jay, were you there when Jay showed up? It was when I showed up. Like we came in.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And then
That
Donnie
guy,
showed up.
and then Eddie.
I left when the other Donnie.
Yeah.
Tournament
Yeah,
Donnie.
I think I played with Johnny. I was running hot. Man.
Same all, you know.
I was stuck 6K and 2.5 yesterday.
2-5?
I've been there, bro.
I don't want to play 2.5 today.
It takes some doing to do that, but I've been there.
George is the best Saturday.
Yeah.
But
75.
I was only down 800 when I left in the 2.5 game.
Oh, late night.
I was stuck.
75. Full one.
That's crazy, man.
It was the windy game.
Oh, okay.
Full.
Table quiets down as we see Johannes open it up and Matt puts in the call. 10, 10, 7 flops, and 9s stay in the lead for Johannes. C-bet. It's going to force Matt out of there. Take this one down.
I left before I figured out what ended up happening. But no, Wendy had took 5K from me. That's why I was stuck. So I'm sure she didn't lose.
Never did even get that heat.
That's every Wednesday. Not even Friday, every Wednesday happens.
What are you saying? I believe you. Doesn't happen in my game. 25 to go full 7. Full late night. So that's sweet. Oh, 1, 2, 3. 4 diamonds. Full round. Hey. Okay.
Hopefully the last walk that we're going to see here tonight. This table's starting to come alive a little bit. Table talk is increasing.
Honestly,
Action's been decent.
That 2-2 was weird for 2-2. I mean, my third time is also so that was crazy. There was guys that ended up with 3K stack. I'm like, what is going on in this game?
3K stack. I picked Michigan to be in the Final Four.
I was debating playing next year. Just for fun. 25 to go. 100.
Fresh to the tables, Felipe gets a nice welcome from the ladies. Puts in the raise of pocket queens.
Alright, we're heads up, bro. One time.
Don with the queen jack. Pretty crushed.
Heads up.
Flop came down. King 8-5. She goes check, check. 6 on the turn. Continues to check through again. And after river card comes out, Felipe goes for a small value bet. Don with just queen high, letting it go. So there we go. Don's still safe, still safe.
5, 10, 25, 50, 100, 200. Hoping for 11K, bro. 2-5?
I didn't like.
When they get the next day, I make 3K in the game. Wow.
Felipe even for a quarter moment.
Wendy was very good. She was like 8. She made a profit too.
Wow.
You know who got super lucky yesterday? John. You got so
Johnny?
75.
He was like
The game got
down
break.
like 5K or something. And
Alright, we got 3 of you.
Matt's got a couple customers after he opened up with ace king. Doesn't get a favorable flop in queen high. Misses everybody. Matt C-bet gonna take it down. Obviously, if Matt could have spiked an ace high flop or king high flop, would have been much better for him. Would have been hard for anybody to get away from his top pair. How active Matt's been.
In Biloxi, there was a 2-5 didn't you say? In Biloxi, crazy half sometimes, but it was we played it for like 3 hours. So it was a 2, 5, 10, 20, 40, 80. We played it with the 80 on for 3 hours. I put the 160 on one time and I put 320 on that.
Don with his favorite hand tonight, 7-5 suited.
Definitely paid him off the last time he had it.
I mean, he's going to raise it up again.
75.
Makes it 75 with the 7-5.
Fortunately, no action here. Just going to take a walk.
He's undefeated with it.
Yep.
Can't lose.
It wasn't 200 on the whole time, was it?
No, but I mean, it's a little good.
So it was a 20 was on?
Huh?
The 20 was on, or what was?
I think it's 5, 10, 25, 1,500 every time.
Okay.
Yeah. It's basically only 3 every other game.
4, 4, 6, 7, 8.
Huh? Where? Oh, it's out here. All 2 for 11, 10.
Oh, we got a limped pot. Nobody wanted to put in a raise after Tim limped in.
I haven't seen Quaff in a while.
Yeah.
Don did flop the best of it, although action checked through. Don really turns the best of
Yeah, I
it.
see his post. Huh? I see his post with him and his
Fires out, gets no value.
Johnny Bubbles.
Huh?
Talk to him.
You're getting old, bro.
I have to deal with your shit.
That's what you feel though, KS. Look out for KS. Go
I started
Linda
playing
for
10
your
years
seat.
ago.
Hard life. Like you look 18, but you look 40 at the same time. Depends on where you live. You just don't worry about it.
What? Fold 6, 115, 7, fold 8, fold 9. Not all of us when I die are here like you, Felipe.
Are you 23?
29.
Damn.
And fold 9.
You've been working since you're 5?
I can't say what I want to say.
Definitely been working since you're 5.
Fold 6, 7. Fold 8.
I honestly, yesterday,
75 in the 9.
everyone wanted to straddle but Carson. He was the only one that didn't want to straddle. Now today he would place 10-25. I don't understand.
So I'm not trying to sound mean when I say this, because if he's listening. But I was telling Theo, because when he's on the floor, he plays 2-2.
Really?
Yeah. And so like, I'm like, that can't be the same purpose. And then he came in and I'm like, oh.
I don't know. I just really understand. Like, why do you play it? We were deep and stuff. Like, so why do you play a 10-25 game when you don't want to straddle when everyone else wants to straddle in the 5-10?
Fold 7.
The dumb Americans here.
Fold 8.
Dumb Americans.
I'm not going down on that. Especially next
Fold 1 and 3.
everywhere.
Okay. But yeah, I think I dealt him 1-5, 1-5, but like I mostly just see him on 2-2 on the floor.
I
Like
can't
even seeing him
understand,
yesterday
like,
for 5-10, I was like, oh okay.
I've seen like, yeah, mostly he stays away from the bigger games. Sometimes he, but then I really don't understand. He's Everyone wanted to just grab it, other than him. They went to Baby, base 10 and 5.
Oh, 75 and 1. Call. Alright, we're heads up.
After a couple of raise and take pots, we're off to a flop here. Flop's going to be Carson's favor as he hits the pair of sevens, but Matt does turn the ace. Fortunately, a monotone board. Action just checks through. At least the jokes have been flying on the table a little bit, even though the chips haven't the last couple of hands. Players are pretty familiar with each other, starting to jab one another. Nice to hear, nice to hear. Makes our jobs in the booth a lot easier. So do appreciate the compliments. Money in the bank. Thank you everybody else tuning in, watching along with us. Hoping you're all having a good weekend like we are. Hope you're taking advantage of the beautiful weather out there. Unless you're inside playing poker, of course, then that's more than all right too.
4, 6, 7, 75. I know, with game with Paul, or Todd and George.
So we saw Paul open. 8-5 suited under the gun. Players are starting to open up. Felipe did defend the big with the Jack-9. Paul gets a pretty good flop to c-bet, which he does, and gets to take it down. Game ace, deuce, deuce, all up Paul's alley.
Somebody's thinking he's already thought what he's going to do.
But interesting to see Paul's already opening under the gun with a 8-5 suited. And how snug the table has been the last couple of hands. Maybe he's trying to take advantage of that dynamic. It's around Carson's button. Happy to open things up, especially with a hand like Queen Jack offsuit. Easy defend from Paul, the suited connector. Ace King tray flop. Carson elected not to continuation bet. Looks like Paul's gonna take that as an invitation to start bluffing.
I'll pick him up.
Carson gonna put in the call though. This Broadway draw. Doesn't get the 10, but he does river a jack.
Check.
Paul just giving up, checking it over. Maybe thought Carson was trapping with an ace or a king. So interesting to see how Carson reacted to a river bet by Paul there.
So what'd you do? Everyone's leaving you.
This is probably one of the weirdest games I've played. I mean, from the first hand was super strange.
It's like been a revolving door of just people.
And then 3 hands later, whatever, like this guy goes nuts. Usually he. Most of the time,
Yeah. Tell Felipe about the guy you said.
He didn't know how to play ball pot. I had to explain to him flower and mid-hand how to play. And then I proceeded to stack him.
for an 8K pot.
Yeah.
Official players welcome in new P6 with holding game on table 12 for Will, Sean, Barbara, Kenny, S.O., Josh, Abraham, and Omar.
I think it's
P6 with holding table 12.
Maybe not the best. 4K beat stage stuff. Practice.
But it can go quick.
Don, you want to buy it?
Yeah, I was in South Florida. I'm going to play the main. The 600.
Miguel's here too?
So what does that mean? You going?
You get the first option, so buy it or straddle it, pick to you.
My brother is down
Push
there.
it back to you. He's straddling in, T2 still out.
I'm in the cash, it's really bad down there.
I don't really like going all that much.
50 to go, one blind, and it is a straddle. Raise 150 and 7, fold 8, 9, 150.
I'm going to play that, yeah. I'm going to make the ones.
D, 1, 2, PLO.
only with
Locking out for
one maker
Danny,
here.
come see Linda
How
for
about you?
receipt.
I was thinking maybe like a 1500
Depends on where I'm actually playing.
Monster handed. Monster flop for Carson.
Not even an hour? Come on, Paul.
It's like 2 hours.
Come on, bro.
Burnt out there.
With a small C bet. Don though, just 10 high.
Too rich is what it is.
Not too much damage for Don.
Drive an hour to make
Can I buy it now? You want to buy it or you want to straddle it? I'll straddle it.
Abraham and Omar, 3-6 on the hold at table 12.
Alright, then keep it one blind and now Miguel shoots it.
Oh, that's mad, right?
Alright, we got one blind and it is a straddle.
So it's Miguel's turn to rejoin the party.
All three fold.
Third and final call for a new 3-6 on the hold at game of
Felipe is coming into this game with some ill intent.
Sean, Barbara, Teddy,
Raise it up with a 7-6 offsuit. Don though, waking up with the ladies on the button. Easy 3-bet. Felipe just says, oops, lets it go.
Calling your 3-6 game. You want to sign up.
Thank you.
There's another small pot going Don's way.
Didn't work out, huh?
In case anybody missed it earlier, Don did let Country know doing the 5% giveaway tonight for the YouTube chat. If you're unsure about who you're rooting for, you got your guy.
Because 75, so old 8-9. Hold on.
See Carson open it up with the ace-jack. Miguel and Tim happy to put in calls with their hands.
Check.
Carson smacks top 2 pair.
75.
Goes small. Does that invite Miguel to stick around with his pair of 8s?
400.
Wow, Miguel's going to read the small continuation as weakness. Puts in a raise. Music to Carson's ears, holding top 2 pair here. Carson just going to call. 9 on the turn. It's a gutter ball from Miguel. He slows down and checks it behind. Just a brick on the river. Carson going to lead for value, or does he read Miguel for weak? Looks like Carson's going for the max.
1500.
He's putting Miguel on an ace. Thinking he'll possibly bluff catch here. Goes with the over pot size bet. Might have been the right course of action if he checks there. Have to assume that Miguel would have checked behind with pair 8s. Prayed his hand was best at showdown rather than turn it into a bluff.
See Money in the Bank talk about the jackpots. We talk about the bad beat that hit over at OP.
Yeah, made for a fun Saturday last week.
Yeah.
Fresh off of uncapping them beginning of March. One already hits.
Fold 6, 7. 50 to go. Fold 8, 9.
That was definitely the
50 to go. Fold 2, 3.
the news when it
Launch off yourself.
announced that we were uncapping the bad beat back at the beginning of March.
Okay. Alright guys, it's gonna be my time, you guys. Got Theo coming back in, taking over 16 for you, so Felipe, up to you. They're doing a $50 PLO bump up, or you can pay 16 like Don.
2 hours down on the live stream. Let's go ahead and show stats. We'll show the VPIPs first. Yeah, Matt, 42%. Carson, 37%. So that's the way things look.
It's a bigger game, but
Are we doing that now?
it was,
I mean, we can do that.
15 for the 5-10 game.
No, it was a 10 and a quarter.
So that's good.
Yeah, but let's do like this.
Well, they have to charge an extra 5
Just so we know where it goes to back.
Let's do it like that. Let's do it like that. Because that's going to move as
Well,
well.
you just need to remember that.
Yeah, I'll remember it. You know your deal.
That's the way things look, though. Waiting for the hand to close out, and then we'll show the updated earnings. I know a lot of you guys are curious to see how well Don's doing. He's doing pretty good.
So confused.
Yeah.
He's doing pretty good. We'll be able to show it to you once the actual hand closes out.
Buttons in the 6. You got that?
Notice how he only pulled it out when it was benefit him.
Yeah, that's true.
Carson
And it started
actually asked about it. I didn't even think about it.
Typical pro.
There we go.
Excuse me, my name is Dizzle.
Now we can show the earnings. Yeah, Carson's still at the most, up 64.40. Miguel's up 53.20. Don's up 38.50. Pretty good news for you guys. Again, 5% of that could be going to a lucky viewer watching on the YouTube live stream. Paul's up 11.90. Matt and Tim are the two players that are the most stuck at the table at this moment. All right, bomb pot time. King, Queen, 8 top board. Queen, Jack 9 on the bottom. Wow, Carson.
I want Carson's hand.
Yeah, Carson's hand looks pretty good on this one.
He was praying to check raise first to act there.
Wow.
Well, I like Miguel's now on the turn.
Yeah. Miguel's hand's pretty good. Has that straight on the bottom board.
Broadway for Miguel down low. King up top with some outs to improve.
Yep.
Carson did bet out on the turns. I mean, he got flush draw to go with his 2 pair up top. Miguel gonna be the only caller. Imagine we're inevitably headed to a chop.
Yeah, chop it up. King, Queen up top for Carson, and then Broadway on the bottom for Miguel.
Miguel's gonna bet a little bit for value here, but Carson's gonna put in the call. They're gonna chop it up. Could have been a doozy.
Could have been.
Instead, it's just a boring old chop.
Button is going back to the 4.
Yeah, Trace, yep, all the bad beats are uncapped. For PLO and no limit hold'em, that's quad aces have to be beaten as long as the jackpot's under 50K. Once that jackpot does pass the 50K mark, the qualifying losing hand will drop 2 ranks, so it will be quad queens that would need to be beat. And yeah, basically every 50K that's in the jackpot, it just de-escalates 2 ranks as far as the hands go. For stud, it's quad 6s that need to be beaten for the stud bad beat. And for every 50K that's in that one, that would de-escalate 2 hands as well. So it would become quad 4s, then quad deuces. So it's a de-escalating qualifier. The more money is in that jackpot. Which definitely will make things intriguing if we get up to those numbers.
Oh yeah. Hopefully feel the buzz in the air.
Yep. Again, appreciate you guys though hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys being with us for this 1025 cash game. Which, pretty happy we were able to get it up and running. And now that we're at a full strength table too, with some pretty solid players at the table as well. Kind of a tough lineup.
Oh yeah. And not a table I'd want to find myself at. I'm a wimp.
Yeah.
Big old wimp.
Same. 100%. King, Queen, 7 flop. Felipe flopping top 2, whereas Don has top pair.
Felipe with a snap raise there, too.
Yeah.
Super
Quickly raised it. Wonder if Don treats that as like an alarm bell. He does. He does fold.
I think I was at.
Definitely weren't. Definitely weren't. Good fold, good fold.
Surprised you checked the flop.
I think you check raise me. Shit.
Huh?
I think you check raise me.
You almost no.
10-25 for it.
Money in the Bank says, like stud, it's really big in the Northeast. I mean, we run stud daily in our room, and I think it runs pretty daily at Orange Park as well.
2 or 3 times a week.
2 or 3 times a week, yeah.
For just the straight stud. We got stud 8 that runs pretty.
Yeah.
Another 2 or 3 times a week also.
Correct, yeah,
so it's
yeah,
nice. Trace, it hit this. It hit
Yeah,
last
actually,
week.
Trace, yeah, it did. It actually, yeah. It hit this week. It did hit this week.
Yeah. We got a quad aces beaten by a steel wheel.
By a steel wheel, yep. Yep. So that's never going to hit. Well, hate to tell you, it actually did hit 2 days ago. Or no, last week. Last week. Yeah, last week.
Let's go. Big shot.
Yeah, that's and by the way, those qualifiers, the quad aces is for both Hold'em and PLO. But like I said, for every 50K that's in the pot, that qualifying hand drops down 2 ranks. So those jackpots, when they're over 50K, become quad queens that need to be beat. Once it's 100K, becomes quad 10s that need to be beat. It will drop 2 ranks every 50K that's in the jackpot.
Check. Check. Check around. Check. Check.
Meanwhile, here Don does have a jack.
Check.
Oh, he has a boat. Don does boat up. Jack's full.
Doesn't matter if can you bet small enough to get looked up by Felipe's ace.
201. Fold.
Think so. Think that'll definitely get it done.
Might do it.
You got a 4, you got a 5 still.
He reads Don for having a good hand, just not as strong.
No slow roller today.
Never a slow roller. Don't listen to him. Oh, it's gonna. Yeah. That's a, I thought that was the. Yeah, I thought that was. Yesterday.
No, you didn't do it on purpose. It's still funny.
It's rather than the 3, 100, and the 4.
So we'll keep things moving along here. Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys being with us. This 10-25 cash game. 25 no limit hold'em.
1, 2, 3. Heads up.
Good hands right now. Check.
Check it.
I think of the 3, I think Hold'em might be the hardest one for it to hit as far as the bad beat goes. So I definitely know Stud's been hit a few times. I know there was one time for PLO, it seemed like PLO was hitting a bad beat like every other week at one point.
He's got more cards.
Yeah.
That is good. That's good. Strong.
All right, so got a stack update from the one and only Kirk Chewy, Kirk the Cooler. Coming back to 4K big blinds. 55 left in the field. Again, that stack paying out 43.
Bubble time.
Close. First place up top for the stack, a little over 17K. 30K guarantee, and they almost tripled it.
Just two of you.
Pretty good stuff. Matt does hit a 7 on this flop. There's 2 diamonds on the board.
Defending the straddle, flopping top pair. Just a question of check raise or check call.
Check call seems to be the play. 6 on the turn now, a 4-liner out there. Does go check, check. 10 on the river. Matt 7 is going to be good.
Button move. Negative.
But Trace, to kind of prove your point a little bit, I've been working here now over 4 years, and I've definitely seen the PLO and stud bad beat hit more than the Hold'em bad beat, like personally on one of my work shifts. I only seen the bad beat hit personally 1 time for Hold'em. All the other times I've heard it hit has been either at other places or it's just been after my shift was done or whatever, or it was like when I wasn't here. So yeah.
So we gotta work you more. That's what you're saying.
I think I'm worked enough.
Law of averages.
I think I'm worked enough. I think I'm okay there. Meanwhile, trying to work it here. Miguel 3-betting it with the ace queen off. Matt's gonna put in the call. As does Johannes.
The waterfall of calls.
Yeah.
And everybody's coming along.
Yep. Miguel's like, really?
5 ways in a 3-bet pot.
A 3-bet pot, 2K in the middle.
Let's go.
Let's see a juicy flop here.
Well, 2 players with top pair.
Yeah, that's okay. I wanted a little more chaos. Maybe queen tray 8 would have been a flop. That I would have liked to see a little better.
602.
Said.
Well, I guess beggars can't be choosers.
That's what Johannes wants to do. Just call. Should clear out all the pocket pairs. Happens, so. Miguel and Johannes to the turns.
5 on the turn, pairing the board.
Doesn't change much.
It's not. The only way Johannes can win this hand is for a 10 to come. Let's go check, check.
There we go. Might get some value there. Checking back the river. Hard to get 3 streets from Johannes' hand.
Yeah.
Easier to get 2 streets.
Does complete backdoor hearts though on the river. Johannes is going to check it.
Hard for either player to have hearts too much here.
Go, that's 1,200 and
Johannes gets away from it
wow.
quick. Wow.
Didn't really think long about that one at all. Just let it go.
I thought given that check back on the turn, he might have to be looking him up, but Johannes knows more than I do.
Yeah.
Apparently knows exactly where he stood in that one. Well, snap fold.
All around it. Technically supposed to go. What? You have to be with the I know, right? It's all around it.
All right, Felipe raising up. Suited 1-gapper, 7 of 5 of clubs. Mac with nowhere, king, queen, happy to put in the call. And that'll be the only 2 heads up. Felipe catches a pair. Matt with a Broadway draw. Came down ace 10-5. So a small continuation bet. Pretty quick call from Matt. Oh, turn went check, check. Felipe hits 2 pair on the river. Fires out a value bet, which obviously Matt's just going to let go of king high.
Also, I do know a few people have been asking about that April live stream schedule. Expect it out probably sometime Monday or Tuesday. Again, we've got the Run Good series that we have to factor into the live streams for this month. So maybe taking a little longer than anticipated as far as getting that schedule out.
Non-buoyant.
Fold 1, 2, 3. Fold. Raise 75. Call. Heads up.
After Johannes put in the real small C bet, Carson going nowhere at the flush draw. 10 on the turn. Sizing up a little bit here. Carson Broadway draw and flush draw, puts in the call. Flush comes in when the 8 of diamonds hits the river. Slows down and checks it over. Carson fires out, half pot size bet. Johannes with rivering the 8, just a pure bluff catcher. Trying to figure out if there's anything he can beat here. Not enough that he can beat, so we're going to see him let it go. Carson taking another pot down. Been pretty smooth sailing for Carson tonight. Stacking a player on the very first hand obviously doesn't help. Kind of builds some momentum right out of the gate, but a lot of the small to medium-sized pots have gone his way as well. We see Tim mixing in the limp with a strong hand here. Ace queen suited. Matt overlimped with his pair. Carson raised up with the 9s. Both limpers happy to put in the call. And that's an action flop. 10, 7, 6, 2 hearts on board. Bottom set for Matt. Nut flush draw for Tim. Carson with a gut shot straight draw. Matt's not going to risk Carson checking it behind. Fires right out.
Raise 1200.
After Carson calls, we see the check raise come in from Tim. Goes big to 1200. Pretty dreamy spot for Matt. Does he just call and invite Carson to come along? That's what he's going to do rather than just jam it in.
Yeah.
Carson obviously getting out of the way though.
You have black too? Yeah.
So Tim and Matt to the turn, which comes down to Jack, adding a Broadway draw to Tim.
Like
Tim rips.
Green and 2.5 in black.
Matt pretty quickly puts in the call with his set. See if he can fade a heart on the river.
Does on the first run out.
Would have been Carson's.
Oh, wow.
Instead, it's clean runouts for Matt. Finds that full double up he's been dying to get.
Matt needed that double up for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, it's going to make Tim even more stuck.
Oh, yeah.
Tim was the other one that was stuck. And, yeah, Matt getting a much-needed double up.
Wow. Well, that one was a doozy. Matt gets the full double up after flopping a set. what dreams are made of, especially when you've been playing active, been giving action. You hope to get paid off when you hit a big hand, and that's what happens there.
Yeah, unfortunately for Matt, he still has a little bit of work to do to get himself unstuck, but if he can get another hand or two like that, he'll definitely get himself unstuck, considering how this game has been kind of playing with these bigger pots.
Raise 100, no one, go to, call 3.
The 9 was the first one.
No, you
Who did the 9 up?
Go for it.
that's what I'm saying. You get it backwards. Or you 7 with the first.
Okay. I see what
We saw Don as the original pre-flop raiser here as we go off 4 ways to a Jack 10 deuce flop.
On the first river was the 9.
Oh.
Don does flop an open ender. Tim with a gut shot that would complete Dom's straight. The bad end of it for Tim. Matt's actually in the lead with second pair.
325.
But you see Don fire. Pretty large continuation bet. About 3/4 pot. We've seen Matt just get out of there with his 10 facing this action.
Don will take that one down.
Don's just protecting that lead.
Yep. So good news for you guys. Again, 5% of Don's earnings can be going to a lucky viewer on our YouTube chat. The way we do that is, you know, within the last hour of the stream, we'll give you a keyword that you have to type in, and then it's a random draw as far as who could potentially be the winner. And again, you do have to have an Instagram account as well, as the way Don does verify the people that do win is if they have an Instagram. And at that point, it is also at Don's discretion. Don, if he does feel or see need to it, will disqualify someone if they're found cheating or whatever by creating multiple accounts. So that's why it's important to have the Instagram.
Sorry to I am a bot 69420.
Yeah.
Not going to get it done.
John Cena fan 420. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Like I said, that giveaway will typically be done in the last hour or so of the live stream. I'll take a look at the active tables. St. Aug. Double-digit cash games.
Post-tournament, huh?
Got 10 tables going down there at St. Aug. So, you know, it's a party down there, as well as having the tournament still going on.
Ain't no party like a St. Aug party.
From what I heard. Jack 7 tray flop, so a tray for Miguel. So it's in the lead. Let's go check. Let's continue checking. Oh wow, Miguel gets trips. Tim cannot catch a break. Miguel gonna take this down. As mentioned earlier, the promotion schedule as well as the tournament schedule out on the website. You can go to bestbetjacks.com to check out those calendars for the month of April for all 3 locations. Be bringing back the race to a race again. This time a 25K race to a race.
175 minutes.
Can she ask, is there anyone? Yes, actually.
Really? I'm over here making dumb jokes. I didn't know it actually happened.
Yep. And I do know, I think it happened once. I think Don did disqualify one. That had multiple accounts. That was kind of trying to finagle the system a little bit. Which is why he adopted that now anyone that does win, they have to be verified through Instagram. Don does put in to raise the 75.
Third and final call for head, 1-2 yellow. LJ, 1-2 yellow.
3 players to flop here. Queen 8-4, 2 clubs. So an 8 for Don.
Gonna feel better about it now on the board pairing queen turn.
Yep.
Nobody else stabbed, and obviously less queens out there.
Open seat, Paul.
I can't hang with these guys.
Full start.
Definitely not with Dawn.
Hey, Paul. Looking good.
Blessed by the one and only Pittsburgh Paul.
Shout out, Paul.
Yeah, one of our favorites in the room. Guy just wants to have a good time.
Oh yeah.
Just you know, knock back a couple Michelob Ultras and have fun.
Usually sneaks in after work. Looked like it was his off day. Based on the pants he was wearing.
Raise 75.
Spring break for everybody.
Fun's good. Raise 75. 1, 2, 3. Go. Heads up, fellas.
Well, Matt flopping the straight flush draw.
Check it.
Can't imagine he's not going to fire a continuation bet.
25.
Sure enough, he does, and that's going to be good enough to take it down. Don't know if he would have hit it.
8 for 25 on late.
Didn't even need to.
That's pretty sad. Ooh. St. John's.
Oh, it's hard.
Layups.
I could do better than that.
You pick them to get in the Final Four?
What?
Should you pick them to get in the Final Four?
No.
Okay. I picked Michigan, too. But, like, I saw that game, and it was really combative. But they were missing easy shots. I was like,
Matt going to continue opening again. Last time with Jack-9, this time with 10-9.
no.
Felipe looking down at the jacks. Easy 3-bet. Pretty quick call from Matt. Flop does come 10 high. Could be dangerous for Matt here. Felipe C-bet. Matt happy to put in the call. Wow. Jack of diamonds on the turn. Set for Felipe. Matt's live with the 10 of diamonds. Steady Rivers 2 pair, 10s and 9s. Might get him into trouble here. As Felipe said his best. There is the call from Matt. Felipe fired river. Wow, the momentum he got from the double up just got chipped away.
Yeah.
Pretty ugly run out.
That was good. Bump on time. Doing it, guys. Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, that was tough for Matt, unfortunately. All right. We've hit the halfway point. Man, it's actually been
Getting heavy too.
kind of moving pretty quick.
We're done.
Time flies when you're having fun,
Yeah.
country.
Guess so. 46% for Matt, definitely leading the VPIP charge. Johannes, 20%. Got a couple other players that are in the 30s as far as VPIP goes. And that's the way things look as we have hit the halfway point here on the live stream.
Start going to the gym again. I'm like, we can go with done. You better accept kids some Brown Brothers.
For sure, bro. Come on, man.
And once the hand closes out, we'll show the
It happens over
earnings.
here a lot that the button ends up in the same spot.
Over and over.
Over and over and over. So it's kind of a thing to just allow it to make it fair for everyone, that everyone gets a chance. So next one, you'll get the button for the ball pot.
So there we go. Miguel
Makes sense.
still up the most. Carson up 6K. Don up 4,200.
We've had it multiple
Felipe
times.
up a bit now.
The button's in the same spot.
You're already on the
Yeah, Matt, unfortunately back to where he was after that one hand against Felipe. Tim, the most stuck at the table. Johannes also stuck almost 1,900. And that's the way things look as we have hit the halfway mark.
Jacob's a Brown brother. He said
All right, back to the bomb pot, PLO bomb pot.
Hurry up, bro.
Doing.
Hey, my second penny here, bro.
6-4-6 top board, 10-10-7 bottom. So Tim has trips on the bottom board. However, let's see, Carson.
He's got flush draw on each board.
And he's also got a
Straight flush draw on the bottom. Over pair on both. It's
yeah,
interesting for sure.
double paired hand. Eights and clubs, or hearts and clubs, excuse me. Card on each is the opposite of what Carson's looking for. Diamond up top and a spade on the bottom.
Tim sizing up now that their heads up. Carson though, putting in the call.
Pretty interesting river coming up here for both players. Base card up top, and let's see, a king up top and a 5 on the bottom. It's going to be a scoop for Tim.
Going for the max.
He gets called.
Wow.
King 10.
Good for Tim.
Yeah. Needed that hand. He's still stuck a bit, but
First sizable pot going away from Carson today, I think.
it is.
Whew.
Carson grand total, we're looking at 875.
Thought the pretty bad river cards would get him off of it, but thought he was good for at least half. Wow, wow, wow.
Considering his jacks were an overpair on the bottom board. So I guess, yeah, he thought maybe he had that one. But not the case. Pretty good hand for Tim. Needed that one.
So a little light for Tim. He's got a little bit of undoing some damage to do, but that's a good start.
It's a good start, definitely. Need that one to try to stop the bleeding a little bit.
Full 2 cover. Full 4 raise 100. Open the net.
Carson's going to have no time to settle. Right back to work with pocket tens.
Oh, and Tim.
Just limp calling with the aces.
Yeah,
Setting
wow.
the trap.
And then it's a queen high flop. Yep. Carson betting right into it. Tim checks it over.
Linda.
Tim calls.
Felipe.
King on the turn.
Not a card Carson wants to see. Probably see him check it back.
That's a 4. So Tim's aces. Tim's gonna bet 300, and Carson does call it.
Goes, what?
Yeah.
Didn't expect that.
Yeah, did not expect. Wait, what? Limped with aces the entire way?
Limp called.
Game was from yesterday. It's not that's live. Whenever I was.
She's coming to see the baby, not for her birthday. She's coming to see the baby. She's coming to see the baby.
Official dealers, no high hands, kings high, straight flush.
100 to go. Fold 6. Fold 7. Undo Felipe. Fold 8.
He wants to try stealing the blind raise so far, huh? Wow.
What did we end up
Matt gets to take it down.
A good, decent hand.
Buddy. You got a straddle 9.
Paul's going to take his turn at trying to mix things up, straddling. The 9 seat there makes it 50 to go.
50 to go, straddle in the 9, turn with one.
Prime time, 211. Prime time, 2-2.
Fold 6. Fold 7.
Got one caller in Matt so far. So he gets around to Felipe. He's going to bump it up, try to steal these chips away with the King 9 offsuit.
Lock it up for prime time.
So Paul's going to defend with the Queen Deuce in position. Matt happy to call with his suited ace. So 3 ways we go. Comes down Queen High. Good news for Paul. Flopping top pair. Felipe though. The cut shot straight draw and the betting lead. Going to fire out. Continuation bet of about 1/3 pot. Paul obviously going nowhere with top pair. And Matt floating with ace high. Putting in the call as well, closing the action. 7 on the turn. See Felipe slow down, check it over to Paul. So Paul's firing out here. Matt now improved to a pair. Thinking it over a little bit. It's better of it, lets it go. See Felipe quickly let it go, and Paul dragging in a decent sized pot there. Just Queen Deuce. Picking up almost 1,000 in profit.
Felipe, your friend wants to come play? Sean?
I don't know if he got on the list or not. Oh, he did? Yeah.
Fold 6, 7. 25 to go. Late. 75. 201.
Mercy Don put in the 3-bet with the King Jack suited. Paul originally opened up with the King 10 suited. It's just gonna be those two going heads up to the flop. See if Don can spike a King High board. Instead, it's Paul who flops the best of it. On Ace 10-7. Don with the Broadway draw on the betting lead. See if he wants a continuation bet. Does. Firing out half pot. Pretty quick call from Paul. It's like a brick. 4 of clubs on the turn. See if Don wants to slow down or continue representing a big ace. Does slow down and check it back. Gets a brick river. 6 of spades. Paul inviting Don to stab again. Checks it over. Don doesn't want to bluff at it.
We're looking for each other's cards.
Back-to-back pots for Paul. It's been a rare speed bump for Don's night so far. Losing a couple hundred there. Nothing too crazy though. Still up a good bit on the night. So that's Paul just padding his winnings on tonight's stream. Looks like Carson's going to open it up under the gun.
75.
Looking to raise it up with suited ace-7. Under the gun raise, getting some respect until it gets around to Matt. Happy to call the king-queen out of the blind. Wow, action flopping king, jack 8, 2 hearts. So Carson flopping nut flush draw. Matt flopping top pair. Let's see what action ensues as Carson throws out the continuation bet. Matt going nowhere, just calling. Thought we might see the check raise, but instead it's a check call. Now 10 on the turn. Matt sitting here open-ended. Matt's finding a bet. Doesn't want the free river card peel off. Carson, though, does put in the call. Queen of hearts on the river. Any ace makes a straight. It's the only reason we might see Matt get away with this. Get away from this one pretty cheaply. As Carson makes the nut flush. Carson going to go for the max. He's praying Matt's got the straight. See if Matt can come to the right conclusion. Find the fold here. Always tough to get away from top 2 pair against an opponent who can find bluffs. But 4 to Broadway on board. Carson did raise from under the gun, initially pre-flop. Assuming those factors played into that decision a little bit. Matt, disciplined laydown until he didn't want to. He's having a rough night. It's a pretty big pot. Always tempting to try to get unstuck by picking off some bluffs, but comes to the right conclusion. Lets it go. After Felipe opened it up, looks like Don's just going to call it the 10s. Nobody has a hand worth playing behind. It's heads up to a king, king 10 flop. It's all Don. Felipe throws out the C bet. Don happy to just smooth call. Praying Felipe has a king or catches up in some way. Brick 4 on the turn. Don going to continue to trap. Now Jack on the river. Might be hard for Don to get looked up here. Let's see if he can find a size that gets a call. going like full pot. He's hoping to get looked up by something like ace jack, queen jack. Anything that connected with that river. Instead, Felipe finds the easy fold. Don's a monster. Not getting paid off here.
Holding purse, are you done? What? Holding purse.
I'm getting out of that.
You have a purse?
What'd you say? I got a purse too.
I have a purse. Immerse. I flopped the boat, Felipe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me bet.
Ain't got no six. Ain't got no six.
Felipe now knowing what we know. Thank God no 6, indeed. Would have been disaster. It's Don, 7-5 suited, his hand of the night. Gonna go raising it up with it. Facing Felipe's 3-bet. Don's just gonna let it go. It's like he is not married to it, even though he loves it.
Attention to 5 players who walk away from table 10. Please return to your seats unless you get show-handed. Double walking roll is now in effect. Please return to your seats to table 10.
Fold and one. Fold 2, 3, 4. Fold 6. 75 from 7. Fold 8.
So going to be Paul and Carson heads up. We've seen this formation a few times. Carson opening the button, Paul finding the defend. Carson does find the 10 on the river. Paul's going bluffing, gets picked off. Carson finds a pretty favorable river card. Let's see Johannes find the 3-bet. Ace-8 of clubs. Matt going nowhere with the queen jack. Not much for either player on the 9-6-4-2 heart flop. Johannes is going to c-bet. Matt's going to float with the queen high. Turn brings another heart in the tray. So any heart from Matt would be good, and there it is. King of hearts on the river. Matt, second nut flush. Throws out a little value bet. Johannes going to relinquish, and Matt gets to drag that one in. A little bit of a bright spot for Matt, who, after a double up a little while ago, thought we were possibly going to see a comeback, but hasn't come to fruition yet. You see the straddle for 50 and blind raise to 100 from Matt. Seen it happen a couple times tonight. See Felipe attack that blind raise, putting in a pretty light raise himself from late position with the 8-5 suited. Matt, same suit, King Jack, happy to put in the call. Some jack high for Matt.
That doesn't look like a Felipe flop. You already had jacks. You can't have them twice in one game.
You want to side bet it? Not on the jacks, but like on the Felipe.
It's not a Felipe flop?
Yeah.
Felipe says it's not his flop. It fires out a continuation bet anyway. Top pair for Matt. Can't imagine he's going anywhere.
Of course I haven't looked at it. You should know how I play by now. When I blind raise, I'm going to sit here and call blind. I'll call blind for a couple $100.
There is the call from Matt. Pot ballooning up as we head off to the 9 on the turn. Felipe drawing dead. Only way to get it through bluffing.
975.
So he does fires. Another 2/3 pot size bet here. Matt weighing his options. Matt going for the raise. Off chance that Felipe turns some backdoor spade draw. Just going to rip it, deny the equity. Another pot going Matt's way. See if he can climb out. At least undo some of the damage so far.
Yeah. I was able to undo it a little bit ago, but then unfortunately lost that one hand to Felipe.
And back-to-back pots here. Help clawing back, little by little.
Yeah, again, appreciate you guys being with us and hanging out with us. This 10-25 cash game. I'll take it till about 9:15 tonight. I think most likely with it being a Saturday night, they're probably going to continue playing after the stream is done. And a Kirk Chewy update with the stack. They are at the bubble right now. So I believe they are hand to hand.
Like combat?
Hand for hand.
Hand to hand.
I mean, it might as well be hand to hand combat.
It's the only way to decide who makes the money.
Hand for hand. It's not the first time I've said hand to hand.
I just, for some reason, as soon as you said it, just an image popped in my head of Kurt trying to fight a guy.
I mean, listen, we were talking about Highlander earlier.
Yeah.
There could only be one. So, you know, it checks out.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny.
It's one way to speed up the bubble.
Yeah. There can only be one.
Can't tank. You just fight.
Just fight it out. No camping. Just fight it out. So ace, queen 9 flop. Don hits a 9. Now Matt drawing dead. Does go check, check.
And checks on through all 3 streets. Don's 9, taking it down.
Yeah, appreciate you guys hanging out with us and being with us. So again, those April calendars are out for both promotions and the tournament. Also, the Run Good Poker Series making its return to Best Bet Jacksonville. Mission Run Good, April 24th through May 4th. Headlined, of course, by our 300K guarantee main event, $1,200 buy-in. Over 500K in guarantees that will be happening during the tournaments as well. As always, guys, again, check out the website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the details. It comes with promotions, tournaments, live stream schedule, and much more. And as I mentioned earlier, be on the lookout. That live stream schedule for the month of April should be coming out either Monday or Tuesday. Meanwhile, Miguel, set of 10s, Johannes, top pair.
Matt Gutterball.
Matt Gutter.
And backdoor diamonds. He's got options. Good to have options. Bink.
That's
option number 1.
As you were saying, Matt does turn Broadway. Does put a 4-liner out there. So someone check around. A 7 on the river.
Matt gonna go for a little bit of value.
Yeah.
Stabbing here.
I think somebody will call
Say
him.
Miguel.
Miguel.
Miguel's going to call.
Yeah, Miguel will call him.
Look at the Miguel doing the I flopped a set and lost face. It's not fun.
No,
it's not. I'm just glad it's like not something that only us humans have to, you know, deal with. Like guys in the high stakes deal with it too. It's good to see. They're human too.
As I say, it makes it relatable.
Yeah?
Oh, you know.
Are you better than tacos?
I know you. Because you told me your brother's professional. I figured it goes in the family.
No, that doesn't mean shit.
I know. 75 and 1, full 2, 3. I heard from
It was Don who originally opened. After Matt calls, Johannes might be tempted to squeeze here. As Don opens a fair bit. We've seen Don fold to some 3-bets as well. Matt's call doesn't necessarily have to be a strong hand either, given how active he's been. There is the raise from Johannes. Does get Don to let it go. Matt does put in the call at the Jack-10 of diamonds. Whew, little set for Johannes. Queen 8-5. If Don would have stuck around with his Queen Jack, he might have found himself in some trouble. Said Johannes bet for value. Matt's gonna peel. Matt can find a 9. He might win a big pot though. Well, sets a king, making him open-ended.
Yep. Pretty good to get a few more outs.
I know Matt's chip stack, both players are around the same amount.
There's already 1,800 in the middle too.
So Johannes probably sizing it where he's trying to get it all in on the river. Matt has a real hand.
Does bet 1,200.
Yeah, sets up a river shove pretty easily.
Yep.
As well as deny some equity just in case Matt's got spades.
Any ace or 9, that is neither. That's a 6.
Yeah, does bring in the front door flush though.
It does.
Let's see what Johannes wants to do. Do you slow down? Do you stick with the jam? Put out a blocker bet. Johannes does check it over. Does Matt go for it?
Yeah.
Does he barrel it, make it look like he has spades?
Wow.
Yeah, went too small, I think.
Yeah, I tried to value bet it and
Matt snapped. Snap call from Johannes. Just too strong with a set. Never folding.
Yeah. And Johannes snapped that off too. Like Matt didn't even finish counting out the chips.
Maybe that was his plan when he checked it over, was to just go to check call. If he rips it big, he's only getting called by better hands most of the time, like flushes that came in. If you check it over, you can allow hands to bluff. Maybe value in themselves with king, queen. But huge pot. Can't blame Matt for repping spades either. I mean,
no.
If Johannes was any weaker, say he had, you know, ace, queen, queen, jack, hands that lead flop, and try to deny equity to flush draws, they might have to let it go. Just can't fold a set. Pot just keeps getting checked through here. Felipe's queen high is going to take it down.
Who wants the pot? That is the question.
Yeah. Alright, Carson's gonna come back to you. Alright, guys, $50 for the one pot. John 16.
All right, so 3 hours down. We got 2 more to go. Let's go ahead and take a look at those stats. First, the VPIPs. Yeah, Matt, 48%. I mean, 21% and higher for a 1025 game seems pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say so.
As far as the VPIPs go.
It's interesting seeing Johannes so low in VPIP, even though it feels like he's been pretty active.
Yeah. And once that disappears, we'll show the earnings as far as who's up and who's down.
Yes.
You want to get the bomb bot thing to CCO?
Where's the button going to be next time?
I believe it's staying.
Didn't move.
I was going to say, I think it was already.
Yeah, so Miguel
Incredible.
up 7K, pretty good for him. Carson 47.80. Don 38.75. He's up. Yeah, poor Matt. Still
7 players, guys.
struggling a little bit in this one.
A lot of bit.
Yeah,
A little bit.
a lot of bit, little bit.
Not a good day.
Michael asking VPIP. That is voluntary put in pot. As far as hands played, percentage of hands played.
Voluntarily. So if you're in the big blind and it limps to you, it doesn't count for or against you since you were already in there.
Correct. But yeah, just again, percentage of hands that you have played, where you have you know, put money into the pot.
All 3 full.
All right, so it is going to take a minute for the action tracker to get caught back up here. They started putting the button for the bomb pot for whenever the bomb pot happens. That's where action will start with the separate button.
Yeah. Technology V plopped on this one.
Check.
Yep.
Check.
Right now, looks like Johannes.
Give me Tim's hand. Jeez.
Yeah, after all that, yeah.
Quads
Tim's
on the bottom.
Quads on the
nut
bottom, nut flush on top.
a non-paired board.
Yep.
Just all of it. So all of
That's
it.
pretty good.
Call.
Nut.
Nut.
Whoa.
That's pretty good. Quads on the bottom.
A lot of people say that, and they
He's very
actually
hard,
don't have
yeah.
nuts. They have like some like second or third nut, but you actually had. Wow, nice hand.
Whoa. Whoa. If he could pick 2 river cards, it was those exact 2
Yeah.
river cards.
Club up top, and like it was perfect too. Like perfect runouts for Tim. Pretty massive hand there. As far as Tim having basically all of it locked up.
I've been calling every draw.
Shoo.
How you guys do patience.
Hold 1. Hold 2, 3. Raise 75. Hold. Raise 300. Hold.
Monsters colliding here. Carson woke up with queens. Matt with ace-king. Matt catching an ace-high flop.
2.
Carson throws out a c-bet. Just whether Matt wants to put in the check raise or continue to play it coy.
It is going to do check raise. 3x Carson's bet of 200. Carson gonna come along and put in the call.
Let's see if Matt can keep extracting value here. Comes down to 7 of clubs. Well, snap fold to the show from Carson. Matt gets a little bit of something. Carson saying, thank God you didn't just go all in pre, because never going anywhere with queens.
Raise 75.
All right, Miguel, pocket trays. Going to go ahead and start off by putting in the raise. Tim calls, Matt calls, Johannes calls.
So here comes all the calls.
All the calls.
All 8, full 9. Fold. 5 players, guys.
So we got 5 players at the flop here. King, Queen, 7, 2 diamonds. So Felipe has the Broadway draw. 4 on turn does complete diamonds. Johannes and Miguel are both holding a diamond.
Not one they're proud about, I'd say.
No, not even close.
Wow, Tim's 7.
Tim's
Actually
7.
best. I guess it's just going to check through,
Yeah.
presumably. As everybody has super small showdown value.
Winner.
So go what?
Good job, Tim.
7, taking it down.
Wow.
Are these 2 mine?
Yeah, mine.
Yeah, update there? Oh. Thought you saw something that was like an update.
Straddle.
Yeah.
No, people don't really message me unless it's
No.
bad news, usually.
Well, I didn't know if you got like an NFL free agency update or something like that. Or
I mean, Jameis Winston just got signed to the
I
Giants.
mean, that's huge. Huge.
Best quarterback they've had in years.
Huge. That may not be too far from the truth, to be honest.
I'm taking Malik Neighbors early and everything, too.
That may not be too far from the truth.
Heads up, guys.
Nothing crazy yet.
Take check.
Gut shot for Tim here. That's Queen's going to be good. Queen high.
Winner.
Another good one, though, 100.
Good. Straw. Hold 6, 7. Raise 150. 1, 2.
Paul, again with pocket tens. It is a straddled pot. That's why we see him open to 150.
Heads up, guys.
Still using that 3x size, but it was straddled instead of the big blind this time.
Check.
Matt will defend it. He looked down at Queen Jack. Paul's continuation bet. Good enough to take this one down on the ace-high flop.
Howland, what's so good to see you? Marvel Allen says hello from Iowa. Hopefully Iowa is treating you well. I have not seen any more Chewy updates from the stack.
Must be zoned in.
Could be locked in very much.
Only explanation.
1, 2.
Could also check out Pucker Alice to see if they're still at the bubble or not. Over at the stack. $300 buy-in. 30K guarantee that they absolutely crushed. And at this moment, they are...
There was like a game going on, and So it was brave. So
Well, the clock is running now on Poker Atlas, so it still says 44 remaining, so they would still must be at the stone bubble.
Call 3, fold 4, fold 3 of you.
Here Carson opened it up. 2 callers. Tim elected not to 3-bet the ace-queen. Carson's 10 staying over pair to the 9-7 deuce flop. Another 9 on the turn. Carson's delayed c-bet. Good enough to get the job done and take it down. Aside from the bomb pot not too long ago, everything else has pretty much gone Carson's way so far on stream tonight.
The guy has my disc.
Vincent, 1-2 yellow. Vincent, 1-2 yellow.
No. Like a small one.
Look out for Vincent, so if he lands up in your seat.
Carson with aces in the big blind, just waking up with them. Facing a raise and a bunch of calls. Gonna make it look like a squeeze, going big to 550. Doesn't look like he's gonna get any customers though. Everybody had kind of the weaker speculative hands. No playback. Carson's aces here. Everybody lets it go.
I actually don't know how far that is for you. I think we played that one.
It was just
Be a little far.
It was just nice.
Yeah. It's a nice course. Maybe we never played it in the table series.
Fold, call. Heads up.
I think it's really good.
Six, 6-5 flop. 2 spades.
Ace high in the lead.
Check.
Continues to go checking through.
Ace seals the deal under river.
Just allowed Met to bet out for some value. Snap fold from Felipe.
Pretty small pot.
Further south than the one that further south than I played with the one that you best at.
On top for next week, though, as far as live stream schedule goes, I'll tell you that in just a minute as I pull up the calendar. Thursday night, the 27th, will be a 2-2 deep stack game. Friday, the 28th, will be a 2-5 deep stack cash game happening on Friday night. Then on Saturday, will be a 5-10 Nola Mahoram game. That will be the live stream schedule for next week. And just like that, we'll be done with the month of March. Already 3 months in the books. Open ender for Carson on this flop.
Heads up.
Open ender is good now, as Carson does turn the straight. Felipe ends up getting a pair of 9s, which is not any good. He does let it go.
Fun is good.
Also lots of action happening around the rooms. 19 tables in our room going right now. Orange Park, 5 tables going over at OP. And over at St. Augustine, 9 tables going. So, little piece of action everywhere.
If you don't know that, it's really
No, yeah, I mean, I was about red cross, like I didn't have people there that had cash on. Like John C just brought like 15K because he knew that was going to be an issue.
Check.
So he was just acting as a bank or
Yeah. Huge one.
Call.
That's so weird because I was in from Chicago Wednesday in the day, and I had pumpkin from here. And then I was no from St. Augustine. And I just went like
Nice.
So that's
how that's kind of
they just weren't taking.
but yeah, I was asking them, can you do that? And they said, usually they say no, oh no. And they said, like obviously it's like now I understand why they were like why I didn't understand the reaction.
Hello. You on the list?
Yeah.
This is not normal. It's normally a 10-25 game right here.
50, 100, Jacob.
Yeah, been an okay night for Carson, definitely. So he also got a name on the list for this 10-25 game.
It's one every 8 hands. It's a 50 or 100.
For reg would it would be
Matt defending with the 5-4. Don with the monster in pocket queens, though.
Ooh, open ender though for Matt on this flop.
Yeah, 9-6 tray.
It's also a great flop for queens for Don.
Don fires out the continuation bet. We can tell Matt's probably not going anywhere.
So like it's going to be going all in soon for Matt. And that's a face card on the turn. King on the turn. Does complete hearts on the board too. And Don's going to go all in.
It's going to shrivel up Matt's straight draw.
Yeah. Matt has not given it up yet.
Matt really thinking about it.
Yeah, he is. It does let it go. Matt does find the fold. Don does show queens.
Official players and dealers, new high hand, a royal flush.
The groans. It's always funny to hear the groans whenever you announce like a royal flush or like a king high straight flush. Oh man, somebody hit a royal.
What are you going to do for the rest of the half hour?
Yeah, it's true.
Raise 200.
Especially if it's super early in the segment when it hits. In our room, all the limit players leave the table after it's all said and done. I think Hunter had the funniest reaction when he actually saw that happen in person. He's like, wow, they really stopped playing. It's like, yep. We were not joking when we said that's what happens.
Paul going to open things up with the king queen. Tim going to be the only caller. That's with the 10-9. Hits the better hand.
Ace high flop. Pair of 9s, 4 Tim.
Paul with the betting lead. Can easily rep the ace. Sure enough, that continuation bet. Couldn't have taken this one down. Tim didn't stick around with a pair of 9s.
He's 108. Hold on.
Felipe made it 100 to go. A little bit more than the standard 3x sizing they've been using, but doesn't change the fact that you see a bunch of players put in the call. 5 ways we go to ace, ace, 10.
Trips for Felipe. He bets 200.
Don does a Broadway draw.
Yeah, just Broadway draw.
But four players to act. Not sticking around.
Any news on Kirk and the bubble? I have not seen a Kirk the Cooler update hit my timeline. So, and like I said, the last time I just looked at Poker Atlas, it says that there's still 44 remaining. So,
What odds do you think you're going to have a prop bet? Because somebody approached me about betting against Florida.
Third and final call for Will. 1-5, 7-card stop, Will.
Just go on your betting app and look. I mean, I don't know, but that's what I would do if you want to have. I mean, certainly don't ask 75 is the worst odds in the world.
I was thinking give me, like, I need plus money or something. Try to convince them to make
No, that's first basketball is I don't know.
It's like we saw Carson just smooth call the ace king after Paul opened a pre. He doesn't want to mix in a under rep in case he can cooler a bigger ace, or a big ace. It's not quite as big as his, obviously. Instead, action check through, and 9 hits the turn for Paul and Matt.
150. Call, heads up, guys.
Probably like, I mean, give them like 80% chance.
Action went check, check on the river. Both chuckle as they chop this one up.
We're like on 8. 8, no done.
I never had like this spot. I think it's way more than me. I'm sure you have seen everything. I have.
I had it where I had kings, red had kings, and they beat me with the flush. That wasn't a 1-2 game, actually.
Have you had a giveaway too? Was it pre-flop or?
It was on.
Yeah, they're just not the same.
all right, so looking at Poker Atlas, there is now 37 remaining, so they have busted the bubble, and they are now in the money. That's, again, looking at Poker Atlas as far as that goes. No Kirk the Cooler update, so I'm going to assume no news is good news in this spot.
I would assume he's zoned in now. You know, the bubble burst.
Yeah, he's locked in. That's what we're going to go with.
Only a few players left. You got to put the phone down and zone in.
Yeah.
He was putting all those updates on because, you know, they were in hand for hand. He was a little bored.
Right. Yeah, what we're talking about is the stack, which is happening down at our Best Bet St. Augustine location.
Yeah, I think they're like
There's 340 total entries in the event today.
Whew.
Guarantee was 30K, and the prize pool ended up being 83,300. So came pretty close to tripling the guarantee. First place is paying out $17,438. And they are at level 15 right now, which is 3,000 small, 6,000 big, 6,000 big blind Annie. 6,800,000 total chips in play for the event.
Tim has a little bit of life here.
Just a little.
Turning a Broadway draw.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Doesn't even call the small bet.
Yeah.
Calls 2 pair. Doesn't get too much value.
Just gonna let it go.
Nice. Let's go. Straddle the 3.
Don watching some college basketball on his phone. He's got a cool dock though. That's like a charger too. I need to ask him. Yeah, ask him about that one. That's a pretty cool. Yeah, I was gonna say that's actually a pretty cool investment. Sorry, anything that's like tech related, I'm a sucker for.
You do have a hand, Miguel, if you want it.
I'll look at it.
Miguel, I'll look at it. I don't know if I want it. I'll look at it, but I don't. Oh, Don, Pocket Kings. Matt just playing any 2 cards. I mean, offsuit 1 gapper. Oh, he does hit a 10. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
PR of a little over 2.
Yeah, this could...
Wow, Don checks it over. Just going for it all.
All in. Oh, man. And Don... and you see Matt is like, really?
This is the day I'm going to have.
Yep. Just flicking the call. I'm going to run it twice. 6 on the turn. First hand's going to go to Don. Oh, boy. Don's going to scoop.
Another big pot going Don's way. What's that put him at? Like almost 5K profit after that one? I mean, getting pretty spicy out
pretty
here.
Close, yeah. And we are close to a stat check coming up soon, too.
Gonna be exciting to see that one. Something for all of you in the YouTube streets. Don's doing the giveaway.
Mm-hmm. That says he'll be back. So lock it up.
Don't call to come back. He ain't never left.
For the record, I'm still way down on him.
He's coming back. You said you're way down on him?
Way down. You remember that game? Were you there when he had spun up 10K into like $80,000?
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Jeez.
Bro, he stacked me and Jimmy twice. He stacked George. He stacked everybody at the table. I've never seen anybody run so hot in my entire life.
I actually did hear about this game. Yeah, Matt went on, like, it was after the stream, too. Matt went off, like, a serious heater. I did hear about how that game transpired after the stream was done.
Yeah, and he was hitting literally everything. I remember. He would call down and then hit 2 pair, call down, hit a straight. It's crazy. Just destroy everybody. Everybody.
Any thoughts on dinner over in Blanding? Not my neck of the woods. I don't know what exactly is over there in Blanding.
Jet ski or something.
That might be a Mike Kruger question.
I try to avoid Blanding, I mean, in all honesty.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought. I'm like, it's not exactly an area I go to.
Oh, heads up.
Top two for Tim. Middle pair for Felipe. Felipe was the pre-flop raiser. Fight out a C-bet. Tim continuing to check it. Felipe fired again on the turn, sizing it. The check raise. 3x Tim. Board's getting a little more and more dynamic. So Tim check raise it up.
All right. Well, why don't we go ahead and do a stat check here real quick so you guys can see. You know what? I'll kill the the anticipation. There you see Don up 67.70. That's what he's up. Miguel's up 69.05. Carson is up 43.05. Matt and Tim are the two players that are the most stuck at the table at this moment. And then here's a look at the VPIPs. Yeah, 49% for Matt, almost playing 50% of his hands, 21%. The lowest being for Johannes and Miguel. But that's the way things look with an hour and a half left to go on the live stream. No, not the blanding area. Definitely not anywhere close to that area. I'm more, I'm actually closer to the Jack's location is where I'm closer to. Looks like no bomb pot here. Looks like we're just going to go right into Hold'em.
Carson, do you know who on the list is? Pretty good.
Oh, is that Sean Conklin? Said Conk. Guessing that's who that was. Of course, has made a few of our final tables in tournament play.
Once again, do appreciate everybody hanging in there, tuning in with us. Having fun watching this 10-25 No Limit Hold'em game. Coming to you live from Best Bet here in Jacksonville, Florida. Got right around an hour and a half left on tonight's stream. It's been a pretty fun game. Real solid lineup. Decent amount of action nonetheless. After Felipe puts in the call, closing the action, we're going to head off to this flop three ways. 8-7-6. Interesting flop for all three. Looks like Tim's going to fire right out. Middle pair with a gut shot. Felipe with bottom pair and an open ender. Puts in the call. Miguel, it's just a gut shot, going to get out of the way. Brick tray on the turn. 10-7 still best. Another call from Felipe. Put up to a 4 on the river. Felipe checks it. Tim starts assembling a bet, but Felipe zings his cards in the muck before the bet can be finalized. And Tim getting a drag in a pot. Gonna undo some of the damage done. Far away the best hand with his 8. Obviously, doesn't love the board though. But I think it's a showdown. 8's good enough to take this one down. Alright, just Tim and Felipe. To an all paint flop, King, Queen, Jack. Felipe keeps the aggression on. It's going to push Tim off with a better hand. Steve saying this is the quietest you've ever seen Carson. Yeah, I mean, it was... Tables ebbed and flowed. He was very talkative earlier. I feel like he was just eating dinner not too long ago. So I hope that maybe that slowed it down a little bit.
Attention players, we're opening a new 200 game on table 9 for Kevin, Drew, Travis, Joey.
Table in general is very quiet right now.
And Mike S. 200 table 9.
See Don looking down at King Queen, happy to raise it up. Over one limp. That limper Tim puts in the call the Jack 10 of diamonds. Comes down Queen high. 8 on board. Does give Tim a gutter ball. 1 diamond for the backdoor flush. Tim calls Don's continuation bet. 10 on the turn. Does bring the front door flush in. Adds a pair to the straight draw for Tim. Don keeps firing though. Right around half pot again.
The second call for a new 2-5 round game on table 9 for Kevin, Drew.
Tim lets it go. Don dragging another small pot.
And Mike S. 200 table 9. We're also opening a new 3-6 round game on table 13 for DN.
So Don right around the 12K chip stack mark. He's just slowly but surely adding more and more.
Drew. It's
He plays it OP, right?
yeah, he's a much partner.
He said he was your friend and we all pulled up.
Besides random chairs.
He was a pro for like a year.
1, 2, 1, 2, 2.
And he got a corporate job and just started black, right? And so you knew what you were doing.
Well, 2 pair for Don 7-5. Let's put Rennie makes a straight. So I see Paul just get out of there. Don throws out a little value bet.
How do you distract what is good? Not just randomly getting caught with
I don't really know what it does.
It's just odd.
They'll just pop out.
He did some. He was experienced. I mean, he worked, and then during COVID, I don't know if he got laid off or whatnot.
25.
You probably
75.
he plays like those very high pilots. Yeah, not that many jumps up there.
We're heads up.
Felipe and Paul. Ace versus ace. Paul's is a little bit larger and suited. Flop with Jack, Jack 6. Not much the other player's happy about is going to check to a board pairing at 6 on the turn. Here comes 7. The players just playing the ace high. Happy to get to showdown. They're going to chop this one up.
Third and final call for a new 3-6 and Holden game on table 13 for D. Will, Payday, J, AZ, DC, and Tiny. 3-6 and Holden table 13. Please take your seats. This time we're going to get cards in the air.
Not always have your best hit.
Yeah, I thought about it.
It's not everything digitally.
Alright, we got a straddle for Miguel. Gonna be starting with you, Johannes.
Looks like Tim's throwing in the late position straddle. Action start on Johannes there on the button. See Carson raise it up to 200. Felipe waking up with a monster and ace king. Felipe has been on the more active side too. Gets a premium hand. No way to play back at him.
It's that big.
Yeah, he had a 5-minute candidate. Still a fair over.
Fold 1, 2, fold 3, fold 6, 7. 25 to go. Call and jump.
It's going to be a limped pot here. We go off 3 ways to a flop. Comes down all diamonds for Tim. Flopping the flush. Action checks through.
Check.
See if he can get any value out of this hand.
Check.
He continues to slow play it, hoping anybody connects with it on the river, but they do not. Tim finally flopping a monster. Not going to get anything out of it. It's the kind of night it's been for Tim.
Official players will open in a new 2-2 round holding game on table 31 for Bluffing, Kush, CMC, Charles, VIP, Rooster, Pat, and Sheila. 2-2 round holding table 31.
Be honest, you got a hand. Fold 2, call 3. 25.
Johannes gets back just in the nick of time to look down at pocket queens.
Fold 7, call 8. Fold 9, fold 1. And call in.
He did raise it up to 100.
Alright, we got 3 of you.
After Tim initially limped in,
Should have 3, 6.
saw Felipe put in the call. He looked down at suited connectors. Tim called as well, and well, there's an action turn card. Tim turning the nut straight, Felipe turning 2 pair. And Johannes elected to not c-bet the flop, puts into the late c-bet now. Johannes bets out. See the raise from Felipe. Oh, you just see Tim over jam it, hoping somebody had a set. Instead, lets Felipe off the hook as he's able to find pretty easy fold with bottom 2 pair. Somehow Johannes finds a way to lose the absolute minimum with an over pair on the flop and turn. Paul's turn with a premium hand and ace king suited.
350.
Happy to put in the 3-bet over Carson's open.
1, 2, fold 3, and around.
Folds all the way around. 3-bet's going to be good enough to just take it down.
Button is good.
Shout out to Bowling Dude joining us in the YouTube chat. Thanks for coming out. Has been a minute since I've seen you. Glad you could jump in for this 10-25 game.
27. 7. We bump out in this one?
Yeah, go bump on this, right?
I guess we're going this one.
Go back to Don.
Yeah,
Okay then, guys, go back to me then. Go back to me then. Well, because the button's on Miguel.
Oh, did Miguel look at it?
Yeah. Get it. Let me get that bump up button. Don, I will take your $20 now.
Actually,
All right, now that everybody's returned to the table, they're going to do the bomb pop they missed out on the dealer change. That's why they waited. Wanted to get everybody back in.
We get a hundo from you, Matt.
So players are each going to throw in 50 bucks a piece. Ante and 50 will be off to a PLO double board bomb pot. They've done it every dealer change. This time around, they waited for everybody to get back to the table before doing it. A, nobody misses out on the fun, and B, it's how they've been paying the time rake. It just makes it easier for everybody to be back to participate.
Alrighty. Yes, 7 of you.
So everybody but Don going off to 2 flops.
Check.
Michael G. 2-2 on the hold it. Michael G. Look it out for Michael, table 32.
200.
Monica, 2-2 on the hold it. Monica, 2-2.
Hold 89.
Mark it out for Monica. Go team Zach for your seat.
Well, looks like Carson led out on the flops for 200. So far, we got no callers.
6, looking at 950. 950.
And well, it's not going to be a caller, but Tim's going to play back. So you hear him announce a raise of the pot.
Carson, that's your 50 right there. You need both players' hands. Tim, can you just mix it up for me real quick?
So Tim did put in the large check raise with top set, which is the nuts for now top. And Carson turns the nuts on the bottom board, so we know he's going nowhere after Tim pots it again. Very likely these two are going to chop it up as we head off to the rivers. And that's going to be the case as it runs out clean.
And we got check. We got center jacks. Yep.
Chop it up.
Tim did have a little bit of extra equity there. If he could have rivered the flush on the bottom board. Actually had the chance to scoop it, whereas Carson was locked in. So chopping it at best, it looks like.
Alright, button's gonna be on down.
Now that the bomb pot is out of the way, we'll go back to the regular scheduled programming and classic no limit hold'em.
We got $50 travel back in the form. Just watch it over there.
Update a couple of minutes ago here on Chewy Watch.
Ooh.
Lost a pot.
Oh, no.
Down to 18 big blinds, 35 left.
Still in.
He's still in there.
Yeah.
With almost 20 bigs. It's like $1 million. He's battling. He's battling. For all 5 people sweating. 2, he can make a run. I feel like he's been the bridesmaid and not the bride a lot recently. Just a lot of deep runs, but not quite the big one.
Roll 6, 7, 25. Roll 8, 9, 25. 75 now. Roll 2, 3. Everyone.
Don with another big monstrous hand in pocket kings, raises it up and gets no action. Sad to see no action for Don's kings.
Yeah, especially since, you know, 5% of Don's earnings.
It's pretty good right about now.
Pretty good. It's a
that
pretty good contest tonight.
I believe that pot put him over the 12K chip stack march. So.
Roll 7, 25. 35 and then call 1, call 1, fold 2, 3, call 1, fold 6. Okay. Alright, we got 3.
9-7 flop. Paul's jacks are in the lead.
Yeah, can't be in love with the ace, but good continuation bet nonetheless. Especially in a lineup this strong, you play scared, they're gonna rip the hand that you're nervous about. Well, you go from praying they don't have an ace to praying they do. He turns a set of jacks.
It's a pretty strong turn card.
That's what dreams are made of when you see bet get called by what you assume is an ace and turn a set. Super disguised. Then you bet and they fold. Just dang.
Go 75 now from the 8, hold 9. Hold 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, everywhere.
Felipe's really gun raise, getting all the respect. Just a little surprising given how active he's been. Somebody would have played back at him.
Oh my god, so close.
Paul's turn to raise it from under the gun.
7. Call.
He's got his own little suited connectors. It looks like Felipe is going to be the only caller out of the big blind.
Ace, ace, 5 flop, so Paul does hit a 5.
Small C bet does the job.
Again, guys, don't forget, $500 high hands going every 30 minutes till midnight tonight. Shared promotion between all 3 rooms. So you could be playing here at Jack's, you could be down at St. Aug, or you could be over at Orange Park. All 3 rooms running the exact same promotion. Also for the table games, the Clockwork Cash giveaway going on as well, which is 300 every 15 minutes, which is basically a lucky seat draw.
Yep.
Just be an active player.
Also till midnight.
Yep.
Oh shit.
Oh. Paul gets a walk and look down at aces.
Yeah.
It's about as unlucky as it gets.
That's sadness for sure.
I think there's been 2 walks tonight. And yeah.
Definite sadness.
Hold 2. Call 3. 175 and 6. Call 7, fold 8, 9. 175, folding 1, 3.
Johannes. An easy 3-bet with the ace-king suited. He's going to get 2 callers, Carson and Matt.
3 of you.
Well, no sweat on the king-high flop. King 7-5, rainbow. Johannes, easy continuation bet.
75, fold, fold.
Carson, especially with a player behind, finds the fold with the 8s. Maybe fortunate he had a player to act behind him. If it was heads up, he probably had a pretty mandatory call spot. Instead, kind of gets off cheaply, and Johannes dragging in a pot. Just flopped top pair.
I thought we were going to hit it in the air.
Yeah.
So he's feeling lucky tonight, eh?
Tim, he's here.
We'll go find out and test that luck.
No 100, I'm guessing. So you want to wait for your turn? Call 206.
I thought it was your show.
206, fold 7, 8, 9, fold in the 1. 200 to go now. Call in 2.
Here we go.
Call in the 3. And
Time for a big one.
Time for a big one.
Yeah, play-by-play by Don here.
Yeah.
They do go 4 ways.
204 ways, so it's like 860 in the middle. Just gonna check around. All the way. Deuce on the turn. Miguel now with a flush draw. What's in the lead? The 10 for Tim? Yeah. But Miguel gonna bet and take it down. Interesting.
Huh.
There's no high hand. It resumes at midnight.
no, it's a shared promotion right now. What? It's a shared one, so it's on a different screen.
Right? I don't even have that up.
Yeah, no. Call, raise 100, win, 6, 7, 8, 100 to go.
It's almost, I guess someone was asking, so wait, there's no high hand till midnight? That's, remember, different clocks. So when it's the shared promotion clock where you actually use the Poker Atlas clock, that's kind of synced up for all 3 rooms simultaneously. And then the separate high hand clock is on a different channel. So that high hand clock won't start until tonight, which, actually, what is it tonight after midnight? Is it the, for us, is it the 300 or 400 W30? I'm going to double check that book real quick.
So looking at that, we're going to watch Paul take the invitation to bluff at it here.
300 every 30 for us till midnight. Or till 4 a.m., I should say.
Let's say at midnight.
Yeah. St. Aug has the Instapay happening.
For the bomb pod. Draw 60.
All right, last hour of the live stream. Let's go ahead and take a look at those stats. Let's take a look at the VPIPs first. That's the way things look VPIP-wise. 48% for Matt, 39% for Tim, Felipe at 33%. That's the way things look entering our final hour. And then once the hand closes out, I'll show you the earnings. Which I know that's the one you all are wanting to pay attention to, especially in the YouTube chat, because that is where we will be doing the giveaway. 5% of Don's earnings will be going to a lucky viewer. And we'll show that now.
That's pretty good earnings.
Yeah, 6,945 is pretty good. Miguel's up there, 7,345. That's the way things look as we enter the last hour. Now, I do want to specify as well that the earnings is also just kind of like an estimate. It's a guesstimation because the stats do not account for the rake and the tips. So Don will have the exact number, but it's pretty close.
Don't downplay human error either, you know. I mean,
yeah,
we're all humans out there doing this math.
This is true.
It's bound to be messed up a little bit.
Yeah.
Hopefully in a good way.
Yeah.
Forgot to carry a 1 or something.
Might have been more. You never know. But yeah, just so you know, it is a guesstimation because there are other variables that aren't accounted for in the stat tracking. The only time it's going to be 100% accurate is in tournament play. Well, allegedly.
Because all of the chips end up with one person.
Right, correct.
Easy.
Yeah.
Well, Matt does turn the flush on the bottom board.
Yep. Does have a pair of 9s up top. And a king.
Yeah, up top 2.
So at this moment,
he's got the best on both.
He does have the scoop.
Nobody really has a great hand to play back at him with. He might just get 2 folds out of his opponent.
Yeah.
I mean, neither player was really even holding a single diamond. Like, just nothing to rep with.
Going back to the 2.
So there we go, Matt taking a pot for himself.
All right. We'll go ahead and start prepping things for the giveaway.
Hey, don't jinx it.
Just saying, let's start prepping it. So, yeah, after this hand, we'll go ahead and roll for a potential winner. And go ahead and go over the rules. So, the way it works is this is a YouTube-only giveaway. So, if you're watching on Facebook, you got time to head over to Best Bet Live on YouTube. And go to our YouTube channel there. We'll type in a keyword into YouTube chat, and you have to insert that keyword exactly the way it is spelled out. So it's going to be exclamation point and then whatever the keyword is. Once we get enough entries, we'll do a random draw via our Nightbot. And whoever is selected is the winner. And again, the other prerequisite is you must have a Instagram in order to qualify for this giveaway. And I also do want to preface this as well that this is not an official best bet giveaway. This is a giveaway that Don likes to do out of his own kindness to try to give back to our viewers here on the live stream whenever he does play. So again, yeah, like I mentioned before, this is not an official best bet giveaway. This is something that Don does out of his own, basically. So, all right, so here's the giveaway, the keyword that you have to put in onto YouTube chat. Exclamation point, Don Bucks. That's what we're giving away. Don Bucks.
It's with a CKS, not an X, right?
Correct.
Bucks. All right.
Yeah. Don Bucks.
Good luck, everybody out there.
Yep. And again, it's 5% of Don's earnings, not 5% of Don's stack, as someone tried to do at one time.
It's not the worst angle.
It's not. It's definitely not. Need me some Don Bucks.
I like Don Bucks.
I like Don Bucks.
Hold A9. 1. Raise 75 and 2. 4, 3, 4, 6. All right.
I also love how we get the lurkers and in the giveaway as well. so we'll give us maybe another hand or two, so we can try to get some more entries. Bacon guns, I have no idea what it is that you typed. That is not the keyword.
That's close.
That is definitely not the keyword.
Though I do want to see what a bacon gun is.
Yeah, I'm kind of I am kind of curious about that. Again, like I said, the prerequisite as well is you have to have an Instagram in order to be able to qualify for this giveaway that Don likes to do. It is also, like I said, the way that Don does verify the winners and his way of communication as far as you know, being able to talk with whoever is the winner.
How's Chewy going to put in the code but not give us freaking live updates?
I
This is ridiculous.
mean, yeah, I mean, this is interesting timing.
Yeah, what the hell?
Yeah. Well, bacon guns, that's fine and everything, but that also does not enter you the giveaway.
Just try to come up with something good.
Just letting you know.
What?
Hold on to your Don Bucks.
Yeah.
We got top pair versus flush draw this flop.
So I think we'll roll for the giveaway after this hand is done.
It's true. It's crazy. When I'm taking a shower, there's lots of sand in my ass. In the crack.
God, I wish we would have waited for a better keyword. New keyword, Don Sand. Come on.
Damn it. That would have been funny.
No, I mean, I used to play as well.
Not wearing a goldfish hat either. I mean, that's fair.
Yeah, I mean,
So, oh wait, is this William? That's why. Let's go, William. We do well. All right, let's go ahead and roll for a winner. Let's see who wins 5% of Don's earnings. The winner is going to be
Yes, we have a beach in Kingsville. Just really big lakes again.
Fanchi.
Nice.
Fanchi wins it. Congrats, Fanchi.
yeah, exactly.
I feel like Fanchi was on here from the very beginning too.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. So,
Only
Fanchi,
feels
do
fair.
you have a Instagram? You can type the Instagram in the YouTube chat. That's fine.
If anything, you'll just gain followers.
Yeah, exactly.
Beach volleyball really big in Germany, though, right?
I mean, they're always
And
good.
Kirk says he's at 25 bigs.
Nice. That's plenty, man. Plenty of big blinds.
Yeah, but I mean, volleyball is like it's popular, but
Check.
not super popular.
Now 2 players flopping top pair on Jack high board.
175.
I love it. I mean, I think beach volleyball is one of the most fun things to do.
Fanchi, when you get a chance, I do need your Instagram handle for me to be able to
It's a great one.
send that to Don.
Almost have no bad workout.
Speaking of Don, flop bottom 2 pair here. Didn't even realize it right away.
500 and 1.
Like Don looks like he
2 players with top pair. See if Don can get any value. Get more money for Fancy.
That's nice, that thing. I feel like you will.
Matt doesn't find the fold. Does put in the call with his jack. Let's Paul off the hook so he can get out of there. And wow, Don fills up on the turn.
Oh, you know, oh wait, that's an email. Fanchi, do you have an Instagram? You can send us your email. Oh wait, no, I got it right here. I got it right here, actually.
Matt does find the fold.
Fanchi, a previous winner, but the last time that he did win was July last year. So I think that's a long enough bubble.
No more show. From now on, I'm Bluffing.
Hold 30.
2 for 2.
Steve says an awful lot of green in that stack. Yep.
Yeah, a lot of chips in that stack.
Go. Heads up. Check. Check.
Kirk asking how the game's been. It's been pretty okay. It's been pretty decent. Rebel says, did you win? Unfortunately, no. Not this time around.
If he really has amnesia, we could just say yes. And then he would forget that we said yes.
Yeah.
Second golfer Blanca, 3-6 on the home run. Raise your hand if you want to see it. Third and final call for Blanca, 3-6 on the home run.
All right, but there we go. Congratulations, Fanchi, for winning. Like I said, I still have your info from when you did win one of these last year. So hopefully it's still the same info, because that's the info I gave Don.
All in. Another call. Here we go.
Just like that. Looks like Matt's going to get a decent amount back. Oh, my God.
Oh, my
What
God.
a nasty revert on the first run out. Chop it up for Johannes. Oh, my God. It's like, oh, here comes a double up. Oh, never mind. Just, what?
Poker's such a silly game. Such a silly game, my God.
Wow.
What?
That's typical. It takes time for me to process things.
That's great. Sorry.
No.
Whew.
I did the best possible thing, which is shove it.
I mean, I would.
At that point, you know, if I would have just sat here and let her just run out.
Oh, wow.
I would have lost.
Oh, 6, 7.
Whew. Well, after that doozy, you see Felipe raise it up. Jack 9 of spades. Calls from both the blinds. Tim and Matt. 3 ways to 8, 8, 7. So Felipe flopping a gut shot. Everybody else just overs. Action checks on through to a king on the turn. Checks through yet again to 6 on the river. An ace high for Tim's going to be best. Nobody wants to stab at it. Nobody wants to bluff. That means Tim's ace high gets to drag in a little pot.
I made up. Like the old man just like, oh.
I made such a call against him because I reminded myself of that, but in the wrong situation.
7.
So bad.
8, 9.
Yellow ring.
Anyway,
Raise 75 more. Fold 2, call 3.
he basically,
Call 4. 3 of you.
you know, like you said, you can mix it up and mix it up in different spots.
Hold, hold. Button's good.
So yeah.
I just gotta do it, raise and fold.
There's spots that I use.
Yeah.
Hold, hold. Raise 100. Hold 6, call 7. Heads up. Check it. Check. 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 75. Good. Hold 9. 1, 2. Go. Hold 4, 6, 7. Check. Heads up, guys. Check. Check. 50. Go. 125. Raise 400. Call. Straight. Jump it up.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's just 21. Great. That is good.
So 2 players chopping it up with 4-tray offsuit. Not something you see every day, but happening here. So we do have about 30-40 minutes left. So again, just want to say thanks for tuning in and hanging out with us for this 10-25 game, coming to you live from Best Bet here in Jacksonville, Florida.
Hold 1, 2, call 3.
So we see Kirk in the chat giving us live updates from playing in the Stack tournament down at our room in St. Augustine.
Hold 8, 9.
Go, Kirk, go. Run it up, buddy.
And a call. 3 of you.
Meanwhile, here we got Tim with 2 overs to 2 pocket pairs. Does hit the 8 on the ace-8-6.
Check around.
Obviously, ace high board. Not to be too proud of it. Suddenly, Johannes turns a set with his pocket 4s. Carson
150.
it's a gut shot straight draw. And the only player with a spade in his hand fires out on the turn. He does. We see both Tim and Johannes put in calls. Trail in the river. Pretty clean for Johannes. So check it over to Carson again, like they did on the turn.
Check around.
He's just going to check it back. Johannes obviously wishing that Carson would have thrown out some sort of bet there as a bluff. He had just enough showdown value to check it back, it looks like. Folds until it gets to Johannes here. Johannes happy to raise over Tim's limp. Carson did call. Late position as well. 3 ways, and look at this flop. Top pair, top kicker for Carson. Bottom set for Johannes, and flush for Tim. And they all slow play it. Just checks on through. Action checks through on the turn when Johannes hit the straight flush. Tim hit the straight flush, and Johannes boats up on the river. Is this a real hand? Doesn't even look like a real hand. So everyone was slow playing the whole way. Carson got out of here for absolutely nothing. Tim bets out small. Johannes raises it up. Meanwhile, Johannes has the worst boat available on a paired board, so if Tim puts in a massive raise, well, when it goes super massive. And because he goes so big, Johannes folds. Just, wow. How did everybody get off so cheap in this hand? Like, it makes no sense. I mean, Johannes just got coolered with a boat over against a straight flush and only lost like 500? Like, what just happened? What? Yeah. Fancy saying left money on the table. I think all the money got left on the table there. Because, my God. Might be out of words.
Check. Check. 150. That's good. Thank you.
Wow.
Well, that was definitely a hand that could live on for a while. Got a million thoughts on it. How to win the minimum.
75. Raise 475. Hold 3.
This hand here, Miguel finds the easy 3-bet with pocket jacks over Paul's open. Paul just going to let go of the king-9 offsuit. Whew.
Raise 75. Hold on. Good.
raise at a time. I'll raise at a time. So I'll look at that shit again. So, I feel like I don't see the sun when I'm there, bro. Carson.
Paul's going to call. Carson's open. Both players with a suited ace. After Tim puts in the call with a hand that we'll be playing along with. We have 3 ways to a flop. King, king, 4, 2 hearts. So Carson with the nut flush draw. Deciding to check it rather than continuation bet. Paul never one to turn down an invitation to start bluffing at it. Carson does put in the call. So they go off to a tray on the turn. Paul does add a wheel draw. I view that as enough equity to keep firing. Carson calls yet again. Let's see what the river can bring. Jack of spades, so both players with just ace high. Action's gonna go check, check. Paul thinks Carson had some sort of flush draw. To assume that his ace high is best. A good chunk of the time. So I see him just check it back and get the showdown. Instead, Paul's gonna see the pot get shipped Carson's way. River bluff might have gotten the job done. There's Miguel and Tim going off to the flop. Comes down queen high. Queen 9-7. It's a top pair, first middle pair. Action did check through though to a 10 on the turn. Miguel's top pair is best. Tim though has a straight draw to his pair of 9s, but just lets it go after Miguel bets out. Delayed C bet. He's going to take this one down. Paul, the premium under the gun, gets to open it up with the ace-king this time around. Seen him open a lot wider. So we see a couple of calls so far. Stay 3 ways of the flop, which comes down king 9-6 so a pair for all 3 players. Paul's obviously far in the lead with top pair, top kicker. Fires out the C bet. Dom want to do a second pair here. He's going to put in the call, which allows Tim to just get out of there. Not too much thought. 5 on the turn. See what size Paul wants to go with. He's going to slow down and check. He's trying to let Don think he has the best hand. Don just going to check it back. Board pairs 6 on the river. So front door flush misses. Paul goes rather large, 2/3 pot. Don quickly finds the fold on the river. Thought Don might look him up as all the Broadway straight draw type hands missed, like Queen Jack and Jack 10. All the flush draws missed. But Don quickly found the fold, and good for him, he did. Good for Fanchi, he did. Saving himself a little bit there. So we are now heading into the final 30 minutes of tonight's stream. Be our last PLO bomb pot of the night. Everybody with Don going to be in there. Another double poured PLO run out.
I'm gonna go. I gotta get back home.
So we'll see if our last bomb pot could be another doozy. Been quite a few tonight. As things wind down, you have sometimes players just kind of going into a shell, and sometimes people trying to get unstuck. See which way this game goes.
Check. Check.
Let's see. Tray 6, tray top board. 2 players in here with a tray. Carson on the better end of it, holding that ace of diamonds too, which blocks the nut flush down low. Not a bad spot to be in. So far, Matt bet out with his tray, Carson called with his. Tim, 2 pair on the bottom board, got shot straight draw up top. See if he's tempted to stick around. He's literally playing eeny, miny, mo in his head. Does just let it go. So we have Matt and Carson heads up the rest of the way. Now 9 on the turn up top is going to fill Carson up. 6 down low. Doesn't change too much for either player. Now we're going to see Carson start betting at it. Matt slows down and checks. He's got a full house on the top. Nut flush blocker on the bottom. Imagine he's going to want to apply max pressure. Matt sticking around. Does have 2 pair on the bottom board to go with his trips up top.
You leaving? No. You're going back and forth. Oh, you forgot your hat. Okay.
Let's see what Carson wants to do when it checks over to him. Does go for the rip. Board does not pair on the bottom board. Ace of diamonds is so huge to hold. Obviously still has that full house. On the top, we see Matt put in the call. He's going to be breathing a sigh of relief when he sees the 8-5 is good.
That doesn't count?
You say don't lock him? Alright, so check out.
So Matt starts out the hand by thinking he's playing the top board, ends up getting the split because of the bottom. Not the way he planned it, but gonna be happy with that result nonetheless. If both players were a little bit deeper, Carson's bluff would have worked.
Three of my cards, you probably fold. If I show 3 of my cards, you probably fold.
The ace.
The 9-3 ace.
Man, the ace and the 3, I'm like, that's all you that's all we have to be.
Back to hold on Don, decides he wants to play this in.
Wow.
No, you're first. I said you're gonna play this. Fold 1. 75 and 2, call 3, 75 max. Fold 4. $406, fold 7, 8, 9.
Looks like we're going to see Johannes mix in a light 3-bet, ace-9 suited. Goes on the larger side, and it's going to be good enough to take it down. Got Miguel to fold the better hand. Let's go with this ace-jack.
Call 3. 100 in the 4, 6, 7. Call 8, call 9. Call 1. And call 3. Alright, we got 3 of it.
After we saw Tim limp in, Matt put in the ISO raise, but Felipe came along from the button. So they went 3 ways, so an 8-6-4 flop.
200.
Felipe throws the bet out there when it checks to his button when they got shot straight draw. Matt gonna put in the call though. Felipe turning the double gutter, gonna keep firing. Sizes up a little bit, made it 500 to go, and that is gonna be good enough to get the job done.
Double gutter, double gutter.
I thought when your phone is on the phone up, and then I saw you as.
Call 3. Who's your girl gonna finally graduate?
It's part-time, though.
Yeah.
It's full-time.
High school or college?
Huh?
High school or college?
Yeah, college, bro.
75 minutes. 400 in the 2, fold in the 3. 400 total.
Already has 2 bucks of security for us. Doing better.
Tim limped in, so I saw Paul raise it up from the button, trying to isolate. But Miguel then wakes up with a hand, ace-queen, finds the 3-bet. Him and Paul heads up after Paul puts in the call. Paul flops the nut flush draw with his ace-9 of diamonds. Miguel with a Broadway draw, fires out the C-bet. Paul happy to put in the call, so we're going to head off to the turn. There it is for Paul, 8 of diamonds. Just turns the nuts. Miguel slowing down, checking it over. Let's see what's Paul's sizes here. Goes top half pot, betting 900. Which also makes it a pretty good size to set up the river shove. Miguel finds the fold with just ace high. Not going to chase that gutter ball. Hope to hit Broadway. Lucky for him, because even if he did, he would have been losing this pot. Sitting here drawing dead.
Grab that. I'm gonna auto that. Leonor. I'll get right back to you. All right.
Slap his hand.
25 to go.
Grab
75 and 6, 7, 4, 8, 9, 75, done. Full 1. Call in 2, call in 3.
Both blinds defend after Johannes opened things up from early position. Johannes flopping the best of it. Comes down queen high.
75.
Queen 10-5 rainbow. Lets him continuation bet small. C-bet's gonna be good enough to get the job done. Nobody had a hand strong enough to stick around.
Yeah.
I made bait for 1 bullet. No bounties. Plus there.
Very well with bounty tournaments.
Huh? What?
I think you don't do very well like getting a bounty and bounty tournaments, huh? Because there's one in Daytona where you got no bounty.
Oh, when I got second place, yeah. No, but that one I paid, yeah. Got second place for the bounties.
Matt.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
Whatever Matt was listening to was pretty good. Zoning out pretty hard there.
No. I don't even do it.
Real quick.
It happens.
75 and 7. Call 8.
So we go with Ben Scroggins. We got a cabana for full party and then we'll make
Carson with a premium under the gun and ace queen. And you get a couple of callers. Suited connectors for Felipe and Tim with the 7-4 clubs. Nobody flops anything on the 10 tray rainbow flop.
150.
Checks around to Tim. He's going to stab at it here. Carson's going to call with his ace high. Felipe gets out of the way. See a quick check from Carson on the turn. Checked back by Tim. River. Deuce. Actually goes check, check again. Tim elected not to fire at turn or river here. Lets Carson's ace high just drag it in.
Yeah, I guess it's fine. Thank you.
Where they do it, I can tag it.
That's a really good description.
Raise to 250. 10, 4, fold, 6, 7.
I want to see Matt squeeze it up. 3-betting to 250. Felipe opened it up. She's been doing so pretty light. A couple of calls came in. Good spot to squeeze with pocket eights from Matt. Instead, Felipe, Tim, both going to put in the call. So 3 ways we go. See if Matt's eights can hold. I do. But scary ace high flop. We're going to check over to him. Happy to throw in a C-bet. $3 bets half pot. And both players quickly let it go. No sweat for Matt. Drag in that one. They're lining down, heading into the last 15 minutes or so. Don's been staying out of trouble, which is good news for Fanchi. See how things can wrap up. Paul opens it up. We see everybody just getting out of the way until it gets all the way around to Felipe's big. He's going to put in the defend. Calls it with the 10-8.
He's not your cousin.
See a C-bet and a call. Paul did flop the nut flush draw. Felipe flopping an 8 on board. Give him 2 pair 9s and 8s. Now filling up on the river after actually went check check on the turn. Felipe gonna bet out. Paul with ace high. Doesn't look him up. Finds the fold.
No, you got the new one.
Felipe is full house. Gonna take this one down.
Yeah, that's big.
9 is out.
The only thing I really would like is
Felipe on the fire. He's like, nah, I'm out.
Yeah, there's a new battle package.
Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, that's cool. I thought that something you get the battery package. So that was,
Payday, what's up to the first payday? DC, what's up to the first DC?
Fold 1, call. Sorry, fold 2, call 3. Fold 4, 600 in the 7. Fold in the 8. Hundo.
Tim limped in again. Carson raising real wide here, isolating the limper. The 7-4 suited from the button. Off to a king high flop and king 9-9. Carson gonna c-bet. Tim got a shot straight draw. Gonna put in the call. It's not the jack he was looking for, but does hit the queen on the turn. Carson slowed down. Actually went check check. And they go check check on the river. Tim getting no value for his full house. Hoping Carson would fire a bluff there. Carson electing not to bluff at it. Good timing not to do so. It's Tim with a full house, probably going to snap call any size.
Think he's a good player? He's like way overrated.
Fold 3. Call 4, fold 6, 7.
JD, particular, hold on,
Raise
JD.
100. Fold. Fold.
Felipe and Matt, mano a mano. Go up to the ace 7-4, 2 hearts on board. It's a pretty good flop for Felipe to continue on, which he does. And Matt lets it go.
he's average there. He sucks. He has the worst contract other than, what is it?
You got a straddle 9 to come back in.
The note drawn. Beer.
Ball?
Beer.
Oh, Weather Beal?
Yeah. Max contract and no drag drawn. Huh?
That's a Florida Gator. You'd be ashamed.
Why?
Because he was how embarrassing of a
Alright, we got
contract.
to straddle the 9.
He's a sprinter. He has to do shit. They can't get rid of him because he has a no drag.
Fold 1, fold 2, call 3, fold 4, fold 6, 50 bucks. Thanks. Take it 250. Fold 8.
And we are getting closer and closer to wrapping this thing up. Again, appreciate you guys being with us and hanging out with us.
And fold.
It's been a pretty entertaining 10-25 games. Definitely seen some pots go some ways, some min losses. I still can't get over to one hand. I know I was off mic for it, but I was literally asking the entire time, where is the money?
You weren't able to talk anyway.
No.
Jaws were on the floor.
Could not believe that's how that happened.
How not to slow play and how not to overplay, all in the same hand.
Yeah, that's literally what it was. Stunned by that hand.
Whew. Yeah.
Monday can go then. And you bring one or two?
Maybe two.
Call, one call, two call, three with the
Two here.
Yeah.
and the call.
Keep playing.
Well, this one's going 4 ways. Jack, Jack 4, rainbow flop.
That church summer camp
Nobody,
that he would
if
do
anything.
over the summer, they offered him a full
Paul's going to be the first one to stab at it.
So now he lives.
That's going to be the right move in this hand, so he's going to take it down.
I'm gonna speak English. You have to speak to my translator, Miss Felipe.
Displayed my very bad Spanish.
C.
C.
He'll tell you. He probably thinks it was correct. I'm serious. Was it correct? Yeah. Was it correct?
Say it again. What's better? I know what you're trying to go backwards. Well, 7, 8. What's up?
How do you say it then?
What? 3 more hands?
How do you say it?
Say like. Both 225.
You probably wouldn't even know.
So Paul opened things up, which he's been opening quite a bit recently. I see Miguel try to take advantage of that. Put in a light 3-bet. King 10 suited. Instead, he's going to get a couple of callers. Tim called suited connectors, and then Paul obviously going nowhere with ace queen.
Check. Check.
Miguel gets a pretty good flop. 7-4 trade, 2 hearts on board.
Right.
Manos tres más.
Off the turn, couldn't be much better. Comes down to king. He's got top pair and second nut flush draw.
Done. 375.
Miguel firing out now.
Here's
It's going to be good enough to take it down.
This is what's going on in the chat.
Who's money bank? Money in the bank.
The one who won the your
It's not, I already know who won. He took a screenshot.
My wife.
Oh, okay. Why is your wife taking screenshots of chat?
Because apparently the discussion is in chat is what you are doing on the
What am I
phone.
messaging?
If you're doing like your roster or something.
I'm watching the tournament.
Yeah, you get a
you're
comment.
messaging some girls.
And messaging.
75, 8.
I'm actually coordinating my verbo.
You what?
Coordinating the verbo.
He's going to Vegas.
There's somebody wants to rent over my birthday, July 4th, and I might go to Vegas that week. Trying to get as much money as possible for that weekend.
Nice.
For that week.
Heads up.
And you're messaging the girls that are in Vegas.
What?
And you're messaging the girls.
Gutter ball from Miguel. Over pair for Felipe.
2.
Oh, it's, I need to change one.
Bet call to king on the turn.
But they said they were going to do a ball fight.
Yeah, we're going to do one more holding hand and on the bottom.
That's the way.
Okay, so yeah, we are at final 3 here now. They're going to do 2 more hold'em hands and then 1 PLO bomb pot to wrap up the night. Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us and being with us for tonight's live stream. Guys, also like what you're watching, like what you're seeing, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that bell notification for whenever we do go live. That way you never miss any of the action.
All right, we got 3 of you. Well, 4 of you. Check.
4 ways to ace 5 deuce. Carson top pair. Got shot to the wheel. Paul's gonna take the initiative though and fire out. Or check to him.
I almost, yeah.
Carson happy to check call. It'll be him and Paul heads up to a 9 of diamonds on the turn. So Paul now with the nut flush draw. Imagine he's going to keep firing on that card. Sure enough, there it is. Aggression gets the job done for Paul. Pushes Carson off the pair of aces.
Nice. I think this is the final hand of the live stream. Get ready to come out. Or is this the... Okay, yeah, so this is the last hand coming up.
With the walk-off bomb pot?
Yeah, the walk-off bomb pot, which Don does not play the PLO bomb pot, so he's just going to go ahead and rack up.
So Don's winnings are secured.
They are secured.
Don't rack up. Don't rack up.
Yeah. Everybody will give you $5 if you play. Yeah. Bro.
We gotta even tell you it's a PLO bomb pot. You know that.
I understand. That's why I'm not playing.
You want to get some lessons? Go talk to that guy. I mean, you didn't? Did you see that?
What happened? Somebody was giving lessons on PLO.
Yeah, Carson was in the middle.
Also, the latest Chewy update. So we're getting ready for this PLO bomb pot.
Oh, the guy that got
25 left.
Seriously?
He's got 28 bigs.
That's probably close to average. He's live, baby.
His hand and just not play.
In the middle of the hand?
Yes.
While he was against
I
him,
put
he
them all
left.
in. I put them all in. It's like he's thinking about it.
You imagine.
Check.
Run like Carson.
All right, so here we go. Final hand of the night, which is the double board PLO bomb pot. Queen 7-6 up top. King trade deuce at the bottom. Well, Tim has 2 pair up top, 7-6. Johannes has a king on the bottom, as does Felipe. Felipe actually top and bottom on the bottom board.
Johannes gets top 2 on that bottom board. With his set up top.
Yep. Strong hand there for Johannes. Tim, though, yeah.
Firing. Well, he's got the nuts down low with the straight.
Yep.
2 pair up top and flush draw up top, so.
Yeah, he's got pretty good. That's why his equity's as high as it is.
He's got a ton on both. Johannes puts in the call. Tim could put a hurt on Johannes here, especially if he finds a heart. River up top.
Jack up top and a 5 on the bottom. So we end up ending the night in a potential chop. Tim already all in.
Yeah, easy shove. Max pressure, no reason not to. Holding the nuts on one board.
1, 2, 3. Carson don't want to play. I want to.
2, 25, 26.
It'll take Johannes a minute here.
26.
It's not an easy decision.
Nope.
All right, boys.
Finds it.
Yeah, he does find the call. in the night with a chop. But that is going to be it for tonight. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys being with us. We'll show final stats one last time. First, the VPIPs. It's way. It has basically stayed the entire night as far as the VPIPs go. Not a lot of fluctuation there. Matt have been on top of the VPIP race as well as Tim as far as the 1025 goes. And then the earnings aren't going to shift over too much because of this hand, so we'll go ahead and show those real quick. Yeah, Don ends up being your big winner of the night. 75.55 is the cumulative earnings as far as what Don potentially won. Again, Fanchi, congratulations for winning the 5% giveaway that Don does. He'll be in touch with you. He'll let you know what his exact hand was or what his exact earnings were. Tough night for Matt, though. Stuck 10K after the night is done. Pretty rough one for him. But that's going to be it for tonight. For your dealers, Jacob and Theo, and for Mike Kruger, Card Room Manager, Best Bet, Orange Park. My name is Ryan, also known as Country. We will see you guys next week. Until then, y'all take care. Be easy. Thanks for watching. Appreciate you guys being with us.